Chang Yu was stunned, and his face immediately darkened. Must he enter the top 3? You dare to say such words in front of me? I originally planned to play with you a little longer, but it seems that you don't need it anymore. Junior sister May, then let's hurry up. It's getting late. The senior and junior brothers behind are still waiting for the competition. There was a hint of coldness in his words, and Yingrong frowned upon hearing it, becoming somewhat vigilant. Be careful, senior brother, Mei Donger said with a nod. Her treasured sword danced in the air, and the sword light flickered like a snake's tongue as she pointed from a distance. Chang Yu sneered and waved his hand. With a light movement, dozens of palm shadows appeared and shattered the sword lights. He laughed and said, Is junior sister Mei dancing? He nimbly descended from the sky, and the wind from his fist stirred. In an instant, he threw dozens of punches, each of which condensed into the shadow of a fist and smashed into the opponent's long sword. Clanking sounds were continuously produced, and each of Mei Dong's sword attacks was actually suppressed. Before the sword light was released, it was directly jolted back. Everyone was shocked. How strong was his eyesight and control to be able to do this? This kid was clearly showing off. But he had the capital. His cultivation was 3 stars higher than Mei Dong-er's. So he looked down on everything. He didn't put Mei Dong-er on the same level as him at all, and he played with her to his heart's content like a cat playing with a mouse. Mei Dong-er's expression changed slightly, but her emotions did not fluctuate much. This was all within her expectations. However, every time her sword was thrust out, it would be bounced back by a huge force, causing her to be at a disadvantage and be on the passive side. Yingrong was also frowning, but she didn't have any good ideas. The gap in cultivation was firmly suppressed by the other party. Chang Yu showed off to his heart's content and felt that he had gained enough attention. After a few loud laughs, he put his fists together and formed a strange hand seal. Like a mountain flying over, a river overturning, a huge attack that covered the entire ring came crashing down. Junior sister May, didn't you say that you wanted to defeat me and enter the top 3? Why haven't you used any powerful techniques yet? Don't always give in to senior brother. Haha. Mei Dong-er was shocked. She felt as if the entire space was being squeezed down. Her body was almost deformed by these 2 fists. Your sex competition is indeed very interesting, said Gao Lin with a sneer. It's like playing with monkeys. Li Fengyu also frowned and said, This Chang Yu is too proud and arrogant. He's too arrogant. The previous attack had been completely playful, and now it was using such a large area of effect attack. It was completely ignoring the opponent's foolish behavior. This person's strength and talent aren't bad, but his mind is still immature. A trace of anger flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as well. He snorted and opened the heavenly eye between his brows, from which a wisp of the power of the primordial astral wind flashed gently. An extremely ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out in the ring, and Chang Yu's mountain-like fist pressure suddenly seemed to be cut open, like an airbag that had been punctured. What's going on? Chang Yu was startled, feeling as if all the energy in his body had suddenly been drained away, leaving his entire body exposed. He was even a little unstable in the air and was about to fall. What's going on? Everyone on the viewing platform frowned, as if they had noticed something strange. Zhang Linghua's gaze shifted from the ring to the crowd around them. As for the middle-aged man in the yellow robe behind Elder Lu, he glared at Yunxiao with a fierce look in his eyes. Mei Dong-er, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The long sword in her hand blossomed with a resplendent, natural-colored light, and her entire body turned into an aqua-blue color. From a distance, one could see the watery light surging on her long sword. This was her ultimate technique, the water ice palm. She directly used her sword as her palm, and her entire body and sword became one as she instantly struck out towards Chang Yu. Although she did not know how his opponent's strength suddenly decreased by 1,000 li, this was definitely the best opportunity. Wantless would definitely win with one strike. Chang Yu saw the sword light flying towards him and was startled. He hurriedly made a few hand seals and conjured a suit of armor around his body. As soon as it appeared, the sword light slashed at him. Clang! The long sword struck the consolidated equipment on the surface of the battle armor and pierced through it without any resistance. It directly struck the armor itself, and a loud metallic sound rang out. Mei Dong-er's heart clenched. She hadn't expected Cheng Yu to still be wearing his battle armor. The chance of victory was only for this moment, and if she missed it, she would regret it. She didn't care about being stingy with this treasured sword that had followed her for many years. She poured all her power into it, gritted her teeth, and stabbed forward. Ka! Finally, there was a cracking sound, and the armor on Cheng Yu's body began to crack like a spider web with the tip of the sword as the center. My battle armor! Cheng Yu let out a furious roar. His entire body exploded with energy as if he had gone mad. His battle armor shattered with a loud bang, turning into a strong wind that shot towards Mei Dong-er. Mei Dong's long sword had also lost a lot of its spiritual energy after shattering the opponent's armor. She hurriedly retracted her sword and brandished it around her body, shaking off the fragments of the armor one by one, making a series of crisp sounds. Cheng Yu's eyes were filled with anger. Although the armor was only at the 5th rank, he had spent a lot of money to buy it. He had always cherished it, and few people knew about it. Moreover, the blow just now was even more humiliating to his soul, which made him extremely furious. As soon as he caught his breath, he rushed down with a loud shout. Die! Mei Dong-er sent a series of armor fragments flying. Seeing Cheng Yu's attack, she didn't retreat, but instead stabbed out with her long sword again. Even the light of a grain of rice is showing off in front of me. Cheng Yu let out a loud shout, and his fists directly collided with the opponent's long sword. Bang! The sword broke, and the fist force lost its support, dissipating by more than half. However, a portion of it still directly broke through the air and shook Mei Dong-er far away. Humph! I'm a 9-stars martial grandmaster. No matter what tricks you use, it's impossible for you to cross the huge gap of 3 stars. Having succeeded in one move, Cheng Yu no longer cared about his manners. Right now, he only wanted to defeat Mei Dong-er as soon as possible and save his face. He slowly rose into the air and raised his right hand high up. His index finger glowed with a golden light, and the surrounding vital chi began to form vortexes with his finger as the center line. They gathered together, and it was as if the space was trembling under the force of his finger. That's Ying Luo. Yingrong was shocked and turned to an elder beside her. Pure Dao finger? You actually taught him this kind of overbearing martial skill. The elder beside him was dressed in a black brocade robe. He had a smug expression on his face as he said, Elder He, why are you so flustered? With Cheng Yu's cultivation talent, could he not learn it? With his strength as a 9-stars martial grandmaster, he could infinitely approach a martial emperor when he performed this move. Of course, Mei Dong-er is Elder He's outstanding disciple, so she must have learned quite a few impressive martial arts. There's naturally no need to be afraid, haha. He was extremely proud and couldn't help but laugh. Yingrong's face was so dark that it was about to drip water. She glared at him fiercely, wishing she could go up and slap him a few times. After the elder laughed for a while, he also felt that it was inappropriate, but he was more attracted by Yingrong's gaze. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. If you offended this old witch, she might secretly come up and beat you up at any time. He was not the old witch's opponent, so he naturally shut up, but the proud expression on his face did not decrease in the slightest. Li Fengyu sighed and said, The power of this finger has already reached the level of a 1-star martial emperor. That little girl definitely can't take it. What a pity. Not bad, Zhang Linghua said. Both of them are promising talents. I'm very satisfied with their performance. Mei Dong-er also felt a sense of powerlessness under the pressure of that finger. It was as if that finger was the existence that would end everything. Everything would end once it was pointed down. Although his sword had been damaged by Cheng Yu's punch, he had not suffered any injuries. However, under the pressure of the finger force, he felt that he could not muster up any fighting spirit. Are we going to lose? Mei Dong-er smiled bitterly. A difference of 3 stars in cultivation was indeed a chasm that was difficult to cross. If she was not fated to be in the top 3, then she would not be able to fulfill her promise to him. A hint of desolation flashed across Mei Dong-er's face. She turned her head slightly to look at the person below the stage. Xianxia was looking at her with a smile and encouragement in his eyes. Mei Dong-er's body suddenly trembled as thoughts flashed through her mind. She suddenly remembered the shocking palm technique that the other party had imprinted in her mind that night at the inn tender as water. She suddenly focused her mind and swept away all the negative emotions. She began to recall the stalwart figure in her mind in detail. Every movement was gentle and kind. That person seemed to be the embodiment of the origin of water. Every move contained the supreme heavenly Tao. Mei Dong-er's body unconsciously began to imitate the figure in her mind. The starting stance was soft and firm, like a small stream, soft and gentle, but it could penetrate stones and split mountains. He Yingrong's pupils shrank as she looked at the changes in Mei Dong-er's body in horror. At this moment, a mist of water vapor appeared around her body, and her entire body was covered in a light blue color. She couldn't see her appearance clearly, and she couldn't understand the martial essence contained in each of her moves. Elder He, Zhang Linghua suddenly asked, "What martial technique is Mei Dong-er using? Did you teach her that?" Yingrong's heart tightened. She suddenly found that everyone was looking at her, including Gao Lin and Fang Tianhe from the Chamber of Commerce. At this time, she naturally couldn't say that she didn't know, so she could only bite the bullet and say, "That's right. That day, I found a nameless water-type martial skill in the hidden pavilion. It was extremely powerful, so I passed it on to Dong-er." "Oh? Eh?" Zhang Linghua exclaimed softly and didn't say anything else. However, the solemnness in her eyes became more and more intense as she stared at Mei Dong-er's figure without blinking. He wasn't the only one. Li Fengyu's expression was also tense. Hearing He Yingrong's words, it must be an astonishing martial skill left behind by the Northern Scorpion sect. Both of their sects had been passed down by the Northern Scorpion sect, and it was normal to find martial skills in some historical remains or ancient books. However, the martial skill that Mei Dong-er was using now was obviously not that simple. Even Chang Yu's master noticed that something was wrong. His eyes flashed with horror as he glared at He Yingrong, cursing in his heart. "This damn bitch really knows how to act. Humph, strength can overcome 10 techniques. Under my powerful cultivation, any of your techniques are useless." A trace of disdain appeared on Chang Yu's face, and he lightly shouted, "Junior Sister Mei, you're considered to be gifted since you're able to force me to use this move. It's enough. Dao Qing finger, exterminate." His face was cold as he pointed his finger, forming a long line in the air and flying over. Mei Dong-er raised her eyes. Her eyes were as calm as water, without a single ripple. At this moment, she felt as if her surroundings were filled with water elements, allowing her to pluck them as she pleased. Her entire body's movements followed the figure in her mind and finally reached the final move. Her hand landed and slapped down, as gentle as water. Boom! The smooth, jade-like hand patted out lightly, but it was as if they could hear the sound of the waves. Everyone felt as if they were in the depths of a vast ocean, and the power of the mountains and seas was rolling over. This Tao Wu. The crowd on the viewing platform was the first to be shocked. The power of the palm instantly drowned the Dao Qing finger, as insignificant as swallowing a small stone. Then, the power of the palm swept over and instantly engulfed the dazed Chang Yu. Ah no! Chang Yu's entire body was covered by the monstrous power of this palm, and he screamed in horror. But no matter how he struggled, he could not escape. The water elements in the surroundings were endless and surged up endlessly. It was as if there was no end to it. He wanted to escape from this shocking palm, only to find that he had become a small boat under this palm, which could be destroyed at any time. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the power of the Dao Qing finger completely crumbled. The sky was filled with water shadows, lingering and following like shadows. Mei Dong-er's face was pale. That palm strike had already used up all her strength. She only felt that her body was swaying and she couldn't stand steadily. She herself also looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. Chang Yu was struggling to hold on under the wind of the palm, and he was about to collapse at any time. Did I really make this? She muttered to herself in shock. No, I won't lose. You're just a little girl, and you want to beat me? Dream on. Under the attack of the palm, Chang Yu suddenly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Suddenly, his eyes became demonic, and his body began to change. Demon transformation pill? This kid is interesting. He's actually putting up a last-ditch resistance. I wonder what kind of demon he's going to turn into. Yunxiao watched with great interest as Chang Yu began to change. In the audience, He Yingrong's face suddenly changed, and she shouted, Elder Yu, hurry up and make your judgment. That kid actually cheated and used the demon transformation pill. Chang Yu's master stepped forward and shouted, What fraud? Elder He, please speak nicely. Where was the rule that the use of demon transformation pills was not allowed? Even demon transformation had to be based on one's own strength. It was just a manifestation of one's strength. In the past competitions, there has been no lack of demonic existences. Although Elder Yu also wanted to help Mei Dong what she said made sense. He nodded and said, That's right. Using pills is not against the rules. Elder He, please take your seat and don't make a racket. He Yingrong was furious, but she had nowhere to vent her anger. Mei Dong had managed to turn the tables with a shocking palm technique that she had learned from God knows where. However, her opponent had used the demon transformation pill. Now, it looked like her vital chi had been exhausted. It was impossible for her to continue the battle. She would lose without a doubt. She stomped her feet repeatedly and paced back and forth in her position, unable to calm down. Roar! Suddenly, a demonic beast's roar resounded in the ring. In the center of the water power, Chang Yu finally transformed into a demon. His body was more than twice as tall, and his whole body was furry. He was actually a brown bear. It's actually the bear of the earth. Interesting. Yunxiao was taken aback, and then a worried look appeared in his eyes. He had also discovered that Mei Dong was an arrow at the end of its flight. The bear of the earth was at least a martial emperor, and it would be difficult for it to fight. His display of the immemorial heavens had already attracted Zhang Linghua's attention, so he didn't dare to act rashly and could only wait and see. Roar! Mei Dong you deserve to die. Chang Yu's eyes were as big as lanterns, and his two furry palms slapped down, immediately scattering the surrounding water elements. He roared a few times and punched down. Earth Bear Fist. Boom, boom, boom. The entire mountain peak trembled, and a huge gust of wind from the fist instantly engulfed Mei Dong. Everyone was instantly petrified. They didn't expect Chang Yu to be so sharp. He had just transformed and escaped with his life, and he had already launched a fatal blow. What? Stop! Everyone was extremely shocked. Zhang Linghua also shouted angrily. He Yingrong even flew down from the viewing platform, trying to save Mei Dong, but it was too late. Everyone watched in despair as the power swallowed Mei Dong. It was too late. Ping Yingyi also licked his lips, feeling his throat go dry. Suddenly, his heart trembled as he found that Yunxiao, who had been beside him, had disappeared, leaving a faint spiritual fluctuation in the air. His pupils shrank in shock as he looked towards the center of the energy. A faint black shadow appeared in front of Mei Dong. Is that you, Yingluo? In her daze, Mei Dong looked at the young man's appearance. She found it hard to believe and knew that this must be an illusion. Under such circumstances, even her master was powerless. However, she was very willing to believe. Even if she was annihilated by that move and turned into pieces of butterflies that scattered like a colorful dress, she still felt very warm. Yes, you're working too hard, Yunxiao said indifferently. Mei Dong's nose twitched, and her tears couldn't help but flow. As long as you know, I'm willing to risk my life. It's just that I won't be in the top 3. It's fine, silly, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. It's fine. Isn't it just a teleportation formation? If I really can't do it, I can just fly over. Mei Dong couldn't help but cry. She held Yunxiao's arm tightly with both hands, fearing that the illusion in front of her would suddenly disappear and make her fall into endless despair. All right, I'll hug you after I'm done with this bear. The demonic sky armor emerged in front of Yunxiao, looking like a pocket-sized fortress, with demonic energy condensed around it. Chang Yu's shocking fist force was unable to penetrate the armor at all. It dispersed along the outer shape of the demonic sky armor, like a stream of spring water washing over a large rock, like an ant trying to shake a large tree. What? This is Ing Luo. The people around them were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. No one could see clearly how Yunxiao had gotten up there, as if he had suddenly appeared somewhere. Yingrong was also stunned. Her body suddenly stopped in midair as she looked down in disbelief. Ying Lin's pupils contracted as he muttered, "Form shift." Fang Tianhe, who was beside him, was shocked and said, "The legendary form displacement transposition that can only be performed by 7th rank soul power?" Except for Chang Yu's fist wind, the entire mountain was immersed in a dull silence, without the slightest sound. Tan Dijuan, who had transformed into a middle-aged man in a yellow robe behind Elder Lu, had a very ugly expression on his face. He clenched his 5 fingers, and his eyes were spewing fire. With Yunxiao's teleportation in advance, he would immediately become the focus of everyone's attention, making it almost impossible to assassinate Zhang Linghua. Zhang Linghua's eyes gradually focused, and a bright light flickered in them. Yuan Qiushuang's mouth was wide open, and her face was filled with shock. She looked at the elegant figure standing in front of Mei Dong. Other than the shock in her heart, she was also filled with jealousy, burning her heart. Why didn't he die? Why did she get all the benefits? Liang Quan, who was in the New Moon Sex team, suddenly opened his eyes. He pointed at the ring and said anxiously, "Father, it's him. He's the one who hit me." Liang Ye's pupils contracted. Beside him, Xiao Minghui also frowned and shook his head slightly, indicating that they should not act rashly. In the ring, the earth bear that Chang Yu had transformed into widened its bronze bell-like eyes, and its huge body stopped in the air in disbelief. After he had transformed into a demon, the power of his punch was at least at the level of a 3-stars martial emperor. However, it was actually blocked by a 5-stars martial grandmaster kid. Moreover, it seemed that he was doing it with ease. In fact, Yunxiao did not need to summon the Devil Sky armor at all when the punch came. He only used it to defend himself for safety reasons, for fear that Mei Dong-er's protection would not be complete. Li Fengyu whispered in Zhang Linghua's ear, "Who is this kid? This battle suit of his is extremely strange. Even I have a feeling that I can't see through it." Zhang Linghua's expression was still as cold as ever, and she didn't say a word. Yunxiao looked at Cheng Yu, who was dumbfounded, and the fist force around him gradually dissipated. He put the armor back between his eyebrows and said coldly, "Are you done playing?" Swish! He instantly charged forward and ruthlessly punched the bear of Earth's heart. There were no elemental energy fluctuations, and it was purely the force of his physical body. The air creaked from the impact, and the space was visibly compressed. What? Everyone was shocked, especially the experts on the viewing platform. They could see the power of this punch. Even the calm Elder Feng stood up from his seat and said in shock, "There's no origin power at all. How is this possible?" Cheng Yu roared, his voice shaking the entire mountaintop. A huge furry fist smashed towards the compressed space. He didn't believe it. He was a 3-star martial emperor, and he was the bear of the earth, a demonic form that was known for its strength. He couldn't defeat the opponent. Boom! The two forces collided, and the compressed and distorted space was blocked by the earth bear's fist. It only stopped for a few seconds before it continued to squeeze, directly deforming the big furry fist. Shwa shwa shwa! A series of explosive sounds rang out from the bear of Earth's arm. The force of the punch had actually shattered the entire arm. Ah! A loud scream came out of Chang Yu's mouth as he hurriedly retracted his fist. As his arm was broken, his demonic transformation began to fade away. Meanwhile, Xiao's fist force broke through the distorted space and hit him in the chest. A huge furry figure was sent flying in the air, screaming in pain, and falling straight into the valley. This outcome was exactly the same as when he had dealt with by Zimo. He had also been sent flying into the valley by the fist. He did not expect his retribution to come so quickly. Chang Yu's master, an elder with the surname Lu, cried out in pain and rushed out as well. He glanced at Xiao, his eyes filled with anger. Xiao snorted coldly and gave him a disdainful look, which made the elder roar in anger. But he had no time to teach him a lesson, so he chased Chang Yu into the valley. Xiao descended from the sky and landed gently in front of Mei Dong'er. He smiled faintly and said, "Are you all right? You're real." Mei Dong'er finally came to her senses. She looked at Xiao in shock, unable to believe that the man who had sent the beast flying with a punch and saved her in her trance-like state was real. How can there be such a powerful illusion? Xiao laughed. Can send the big bear flying. But with your strength, how can you defeat senior brother Cheng? Mei Dong'er was still in shock. They're just ants, Xiao said with a smile. I'll kill them in minutes. The surrounding people were also shocked, speechless. The short scene just now was like an illusion, and they still couldn't come back to their senses. Elder Yu's voice was heard. Who are you? How dare you disrupt the Big Dipper sex competition? Although his voice was stern, there was no hint of blame or dissatisfaction. Standing in front of Mei Dong'er, Xiao turned his eyes to the audience and said indifferently, I don't care what kind of sect competition it is. My friend's life is in danger, so naturally I have to help. If it were you, would you leave him in the lurch? Yes, Elder Yu said loudly. But the Big Dipper sect has its own rules. You interfered and broke the rules of the competition, so you're breaking the rules. Quickly report your name and background. Then stand aside and wait for the next decision. Yingrong pulled a long face and snorted heavily. The rules are dead, but people are alive. If everyone is dead, what's the use of the rules? This old one also wanted to save someone just now. If it was me who saved Dong'er just now, would you also want me to report my name and origin and wait quietly to be dealt with? Elder Yu's expression changed. He didn't expect Yingrong to publicly target him. He snorted coldly. Elder He, mind your status. It was only then that Yingrong felt that it was a little inappropriate to do so in front of so many people. She snorted coldly and sent a voice transmission to Xiao. Little brat, don't be afraid. With this old one here, they won't dare to do anything to you. Not to mention the fact that Xiao had saved Mei Dong'er. Yingrong also liked him very much and wanted to take him as her disciple. Xiao took Mei Dong'er's hand and said, Go to your masters. He already had a premonition that things wouldn't be peaceful, and he was afraid that he would hurt Mei Dong'er. Mei Dong'er was shocked and refused to go over. She said anxiously, What about you? Quickly listen to Elder Yu's arrangements and don't resist. Master will definitely protect you. With a faint smile, Xiao tapped Mei Dong'er's shoulder lightly, and a stream of energy immediately shot into her body, sealing her meridians. Then he grabbed her arm and threw her toward Yingrong, saying in a low voice, It will be removed in a moment. This arena is no longer a place you can stay. Yingrong took Mei Dong'er, and her face changed drastically after a few breaths, because she was shocked to find that she could not break the seal on Xiao's finger. After pushing Mei Dong'er away, Xiao stood up and said indifferently, I'm not interested in what you're saying about reporting your names and waiting for your punishment. Why don't you continue? I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Elder Yu laughed and said, It's easy for young people to be arrogant and conceited, even if they have some ability. I can understand that. However, since he had broken their rules, he had to be punished. Today, the Big Dipper sect will teach you these things that your family's elders didn't teach you. Otherwise, you won't know what happened when you die outside for no reason. I think you'd better come back another day to learn from me, Xiao said with a smile. Your sect competition is still waiting to continue. Why are you so long-winded with him? This brat deserves to die. Elder Lu flew up from the valley and landed on the arena. Holding Chang Yu's body in his hands, he roared. All the meridians in Chang Yu's body have been severed, and he won't be able to recover to his peak condition for at least a year or so. Even if I recover, I'm afraid that my future cultivation will be greatly affected, and my talent will drop. Chang Yu, who was in so much pain, did not know how serious his injuries were. Hearing his master's words, his eyes immediately went black and he fainted. Elder Yu's expression changed drastically, and so did the other elders. If it was just a little injury, it would not matter. It would be a lesson, which martial artists did not walk all the way with injuries. But directly breaking the meridians of others and reducing their talent, that would directly destroy the other party's future. Ying Lin and Fang Tianhe looked at each other, their eyes full of playfulness. Zhang Linghua was also extremely furious. Although Chang Yu's character was flawed, it was undeniable that he was extremely talented. He was the strongest among the younger generation and would definitely be the pillar of the Big Dipper sect in the future. However, he was destroyed just like that. Zhang Linghua angrily shouted, "Capture him!" Without waiting for the others to make a move, Elder Lu threw Chang Yu to the side like a piece of cargo, then roared and rushed forward. The power of his domain suddenly spread out, freezing Yunxiao in place to prevent him from escaping. He was already unable to contain his anger, and the only way to dispel the hatred in his heart was to tear the other party apart. Furthermore, he was afraid that the other elders would beat him to it and give this kid a chance to live. Mei Dong-er's face turned pale. She hurriedly grabbed He Yingrong's arm and begged, "Master, save her. You must save her. She only acted rashly to save me." At that time, in a moment of desperation, who could have grasped the appropriate limits? It was an unintentional mistake to hurt senior brother Chang Yu. He Yingrong looked embarrassed. That being said, Yunxiao was indeed too ruthless. Now that even Zhang Linghua had spoken, she didn't dare to act rashly, let alone in the presence of many sect leaders and Chamber of Commerce forces. She couldn't refute her sect leader's reputation. Yunxiao was suppressed by the domain, but he did not care at all. He sneered and said, his transformation into the bear of earth was already the greatest damage to his meridians. Even without my punch, he wouldn't have been any better. Moreover, when he attacked that white fatty first, he seemed to be even more ruthless than me. "That's our sect's internal matter," Elder Lu bellowed. "How can an outsider like you interfere? If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart." His right hand turned into a claw and condensed in the air. He grabbed down from the air like an eagle flying to catch a chick. "If it's difficult to dispel, then this hatred will forever remain in my heart." Yunxiao's body glowed with a golden light as he turned into a sharp blade and cut the domain power apart, then soared into the sky. Elder Lu's claw landed on the ground, and the 6th-tier material was also shattered. What? He can ignore domains. Except for Tan Dijuan. All the martial honors on the scene turned pale with fright. Elder Lu was even more shocked. He looked up and saw that the dazzling sun in the sky was suddenly blocked by something. A large shadow fell from the sky. It was an ancient bell that was constantly growing larger, trying to cover him. "You dare to show off in front of this old man with a grain of light? Sky-howling divine fist." Elder Lu was not intimidated by the power of the dynasty bell. Instead, his long robe fluttered and a strong wind blew. A fist condensed on his arm and he punched the ancient bell. In his opinion, the punch of a martial honor was enough to shatter the ancient bell, and the aftermath could even knock Yunxiao down from the sky, seriously injuring him if not killing him. Boom, boom, boom. The punch landed on the dynasty bell and produced an ear-piercing sound wave. The expressions of everyone on the mountain peak changed drastically. Some of the weaker ones were even shaken to the point that they were staggering and vomiting blood. However, the sound disappeared very quickly. The dynasty bell fell in the blink of an eye and enveloped Elder Lu, who was standing there in a daze with disbelief in his eyes. The entire ring made of sparkling light and flying stones cracked with a loud bang. The dynasty bell pressed down from all directions without any gaps. Under everyone's completely stunned gazes, Yunxiao slowly landed and stepped on the sky above the dynasty bell. His cold and sharp eyes gazed at the viewing platform as he asked in a soft voice, "Who else is going to lecture me?" For a few minutes, no one made a sound. Even Tan Dijuan was shocked. He only knew that Xianxia was difficult to deal with, but he had not really fought him, so he knew nothing about his true combat strength. But the way he suppressed a martial supreme with one move was too brutal. Bang! 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 The sounds of Elder Lu striking the dynasty bell kept coming from within. He wanted to break out of the bell, but the sounds were getting weaker and weaker. Inside the bell, the sound waves produced by the fist force were constantly spread and amplified by the surrounding bell walls, shaking back and forth. Even if Elder Lu was a martial honor, he could not withstand the baptism of the power of the sound waves. He howled in pain but soon learned his lesson. He stayed inside and did not dare to move. He was afraid that if he made even the slightest sound, the bell walls would expand infinitely and he would suffer. Below, Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan's mouths were also wide open in shock. Both of them were extremely shocked, but fortunately, they didn't do anything stupid to provoke this person. Zhang Linghua's face was as dark as water, and a faint elemental energy wave appeared around her body. She said word by word, "Take him down!" The elders behind him stood up one after another, and even He Yingrong couldn't help but step forward, ready to attack at any time. Mei Dong-er had long been completely stunned and unable to think. "Haha, interesting. Sect leader Zhang, you've been kicked into your lair, and your underlings and elders can't do anything. Do you want me to help you?" Qiu Lin laughed and mocked. Even Li Fengyu fell silent. Although the Heavenly Scorpion sect and the Big Dipper sect had joined forces to deal with the external forces, they were only doing so under external circumstances. They were also fighting in the dark. After all, the two sects shared the same origin, and they were competing for a large number of resources. Therefore, they were happy to watch the show at this time. Zhang Linghua snorted coldly, and several powerful auras of martial venerables flew out from the viewing platform, targeting Xianxia. There was no panic on Xiao's face. With a cold look, he said, "Since we've already caused trouble, let's start playing big. Let's do it." His words stunned everyone and confused them. On the other hand, Zhang Linghua's pupils contracted and her brows furrowed. A wave of spiritual power emerged around Xianxia, and he disappeared from where he was in an instant. In the next moment, his face was close to Zhang Linghua's, almost touching the tip of his nose. Zhang Linghua sucked in a cold breath, but she still reached out unhurriedly, trying to capture Xianxia alive. When Xianxia teleported, he had sensed the mental fluctuations around him and was mentally prepared. So, although he was shocked and angry, he was well prepared. "Ha! You're indeed a half-step martial emperor." Xianxia could sense that the power of the grab was not pure emperor chi of the ninth heaven. He chuckled and snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame burst out of his fingertips and burned toward his palm. Zhang Linghua's pupils contracted. He felt a great sense of danger from that small cluster of flames. He hurriedly changed his claws into a fist, and a powerful force shook off his fist in an attempt to repel everything around him. At the same time, he took a step forward and struck out with his left palm without mercy. He no longer wanted to capture Xianxia alive, and he planned to kill him directly. Xianxia chuckled as he teleported and disappeared from where he was. With a sneer, Zhang Linghua leaped into the air and grabbed at Xiao's right side. The next moment, Xiao's body appeared there, his face filled with great horror. "No matter how you jump around, you're still an ant under this lord." Bang! Zhang Linghua's punch left a huge hole in Xiao's body. It was a terrible sight. "Arg! Don't!" Mei Dong-er let out a miserable cry. Her face was completely pale and she was stunned. Xiao, who had a big hole in his chest, had a vicious look on his face as he said angrily, "You're so damn hateful." Gradually, his body began to twist in the air, turning into a ray of light and dissipating. How is that possible?" Zhang Linghua's body trembled. He felt that the figure just now was real. It couldn't be an illusion. Just imagine how heaven-defying it must be to be able to trap a half-step martial emperor. It wasn't just him. Beside him, Li Fengyu and Gao Lin's expressions also changed drastically, because they didn't realize that the figure just now was actually an illusion. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. Mei Dong recovered from her despair and stood there in a daze. It was as if she couldn't get used to the huge fluctuation in her emotions in a short time. The elders who had flown out of the grandstand stopped in the air in shock. Without even thinking about saving Elder Lu, who was suppressed under the dynasty bell, they flew back to the grandstand one after another, intending to punish Yunxiao. It's here. Yunxiao's true body immediately appeared behind Zhang Linghua, and the heavenly eye between his brows opened. A stream of flame power mixed with the primordial astral wind shot out like a lightning bolt, pointing straight at Zhang Linghua's body. He was still not at ease after using this move. He condensed the earth of breath in his hand and slapped down with his palm, suppressing the space in an area to prevent the other party from escaping with extraordinary means. It wasn't an illusion that had been destroyed, but his starlight soul body. Not to mention his current soul power, even an ordinary 9th-tier alchemist would not be able to cast an illusion on a martial supreme. Hence, he gave up his starlight soul body. It was only rank 2 anyway, so it wasn't a pity. Swish! The attack formed by the flames and the astral wind directly hit Zhang Linghua's body. His eyes were filled with shock and despair. Originally, he had sensed the extreme danger of the attack and wanted to avoid it, but he found that the space was suppressed so that he couldn't move. In the blink of an eye, he didn't have time to break the spatial seal. He could only watch as the 2 elements directly shot into his body and crazily destroyed it. Damn it! Zhang Linghua let out a series of furious screams. Finally, he threw out a punch and shook off the lock space. While his body was still collapsing, he threw a palm at Yunxiao. There was nothing fancy about it. It was just an angry palm strike of a half-step martial emperor, and it was not inferior to a 1-star martial emperor's. Yunxiao first teleported, then condensed a starlight soul body as a substitute. At this moment, he even used the power of the 3 elements directly, which had long been exhausted of his soul power. His body suddenly released a powerful moonlight, and his body swelled up at that moment. The demonic sky armor also flew out from between his eyebrows and transformed into his body. Bang! The palm instantly extinguished the moonlight and slammed into the devil sky armor. The originally black devil light flickered non-stop, but it was also dispersed by the force of the palm and shook the body of the armor. In an instant, Yunxiao felt a powerful force shake into his body through the armor, and even his powerful physical defense collapsed at that moment. He felt an indescribable pain in his internal organs, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. He felt that his body was in a very bad state. Not only was his opponent's powerful origin power destroying his body, but what was even more unbelievable was that when Zhang Linghua's palm force penetrated the armor, it actually shook the demonic chi inside the demonic sky armor into his body. At this moment, the 2 forces were destroying his body, especially the demonic chi that could corrode everything. Even his supreme tyrant body couldn't withstand it and began to collapse one by one. Zhang Linghua's situation was not any better than his. After the 2 elemental powers rushed into his body, their destructive power was even greater than the demonic chi. Both of them were genuine 10th-tier powers, and even a martial emperor could not withstand them. His body began to break down before Yunxiao's, with blood oozing out of his 7 orifices and his skin cracking. Sect Master! Everyone cried out in surprise. The major forces were even more dumbfounded. They never thought that the hero of a region, the Big Dipper sect's sect leader Zhang Linghua, who was a half-step martial emperor, would die in the hands of a martial grandmaster youth so inexplicably. This was a fact that they had seen with their own eyes, and it was hard for everyone to accept. Sect Master! Elder Lu and Tan Dijuan, who was behind him, rushed up immediately. Elder Lu held Zhang Linghua, his eyes full of concern. Zhang Linghua's expression was extremely unsightly. He was covered in blood, and his condition was rapidly deteriorating. He raised his trembling hand, wanting to take out a pill from his ring, but he was actually powerless. He looked at Elder Lu for help. "Let me help you," Elder Lu said indifferently. "Why do you have to suffer so much?" Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Zhang Linghua was completely dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she looked at Elder Lu in disbelief. Then, she lowered her head and saw that the other party's fist had directly broken through her chest and jolted out of her back. Ah! Sect Master! Everyone cried out in alarm. All of a sudden, the scene was filled with shock. They were all stunned, and their brains simply couldn't adapt. Don't come over! Elder Lu pulled out his arm and clutched Zhang Linghua's neck. His sharp gaze swept across all the elders and he said coldly, I'll kill anyone who takes a step closer. The rest of the elders all stopped in their tracks, not daring to move. Although Zhang Linghua looked like she was beyond saving, he still didn't dare to act rashly, in case he sped up his death. Elder Lu, you? Why are you doing this? He Yingrong said angrily. Li Fengyu, Gao Lin, and the others were all stunned. They retreated to the side in silence and watched coldly. They all knew that something big was going to happen to the Big Dipper sect today. Why you? Zhang Linghua's voice trembled, but she couldn't complete a sentence. Cold sweat trickled down her face. Why? Humph, let me say it. Tan Dijuan walked out from behind Elder Lu, attracting everyone's attention. His transformation simulation technique was immediately dispelled, and he returned to his previous goatee appearance, revealing his true appearance. You're Tan Dijuan, He Yingrong exclaimed. She immediately recognized Tan Dijuan's identity. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, and she stood there in a daze. Tan Dijuan glanced at her and said, He Yingrong, how many years has it been since we last met? You've also become an elder of the Big Dipper sect. It's just that you didn't expect that I'm still alive, right? The dazed look on He Yingrong's face gradually melted away, and she said with a bitter expression, So it's you, I understand. But so many years have passed. Why can't you just let go? This will be a great disaster for the Big Dipper sect. Disaster! Tan Dijuan's eyes flashed with anger as he shouted. What Zhang Linghua did in the past was a disaster, wasn't it? I'm just cleaning up the sect on behalf of my master and taking back what belongs to me. He glared at Zhang Linghua, a long-lost sense of pleasure appearing on his face. He laughed and said, Ha ha! Zhang Linghua, you didn't expect this, did you? I didn't expect you to be so useless that you would die in the hands of a martial arts grandmaster child. Ha ha! He chuckled and turned to look at Yunxiao, who was meditating on the dynasty bell and suppressing his injuries. A deep fear and a vicious gleam appeared in his eyes. Even if it were him, he would not be able to escape from the few moves Yunxiao had just used. Besides, the boy was still young and he was too dangerous. He could not be left alive. However, if he were to make a move now, it would chill everyone's hearts. After all, Yunxiao's behavior just now was obvious to all, and he was their greatest hero. If they killed him now, no one would dare to work for them with all their heart and soul in the future. Tan Dijuan immediately made a decision in his heart. He temporarily suppressed the matter of taking Yunxiao's life and decided to send someone or take care of him in person after the matter was over. Looking at his current injuries, it would take at least a year to recover. Elder Yu, capture all of them. Tan Dijuan looked at He Yingrong and the two elders behind her, and they were all shocked. He Yingrong was even more shocked. Elder Yu, you've betrayed him too? You guys, so you've been planning this all along. A look of shame flashed across Elder Yu's face, but he replied honestly, Zhang Linghua was the one who betrayed his master and killed his ancestors. Today is just karma. He Yingrong was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She said angrily, Who else has betrayed us? Tan Dijuan laughed proudly and said, Other than you, Elder Sima, Elder Feng, and Elder Lu who is suppressed under the big bell. The other 6 elders are all righteous people and are not willing to collude with evil. He Yingrong, if you still have any thoughts of right and wrong, then follow me. He Yingrong's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect it to tilt so much. She looked at the elders one by one. Everyone looked at her coldly. Only Elder Sima, who was wrapped in a black robe, could not see his expression clearly. At this moment Elder Feng, who had not said a single word the entire time and had even opened his eyes, finally moved. Tan Dijuan's eyes showed a trace of fear, and he said, "Elder Feng, you should be clear about what happened back then. Zhang Linghua was worse than a pig or a dog, and now he's getting what he deserves. I hope that Elder Feng will look at the big picture and not help the evildoers. The general trend is irreversible." Elder Feng was also a half-step martial emperor. If he were to resist, it would indeed be a big problem. Among all the elders, only Elder Yu and himself could compete with him. If they could convince him verbally without losing a single soldier, that would be the best plan. Elder Feng didn't seem to hear Tan Dijuan's words. He slowly stood up from his seat and looked at everyone with a desolate expression. He sighed, "I didn't expect that I've lost my heart to this extent. Have I not done well enough all these years to disappoint you all?" "Oh? What do you mean by that?" His words struck everyone's heart like a bolt of lightning. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked over in shock. At this time, Zhang Linghua, who was captured by Elder Lu, suddenly revealed a bitter smile. His entire appearance began to change, immediately turning into another person. His old appearance was revealed, and it was actually Elder Feng. At the same time, Elder Feng's appearance changed. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he revealed Zhang Linghua's appearance. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Earth Monarch Tan. "Junior brother, the imitation transformation technique is our sect's ultimate technique. If you can do it, so can I." This shocking change caused everyone's face to pale and a huge wave to set off in their hearts. Especially the 6 traitorous elders, each of their faces turned pale. They didn't expect the situation to suddenly turn for the worse, and the one to die in Zhang Linghua's place was actually Elder Feng. Meanwhile, Zhang Linghua was completely unscathed. Li Fengyu and the others were also dumbfounded by this change. Each and every one of them cursed in their hearts. "Damn old fox, he's too cunning. This time, there's really a good show to watch." Zhang Linghua's appearance was like a huge rock pressing down on everyone's heart. In an instant, the situation that they thought was settled was suddenly reversed, and everyone's palms were sweating. You're so cunning. You actually let someone else die for you." Tan Dijuan glared at him and said through gritted teeth, "You're still as despicable and shameless as ever. Junior brother, let Elder Feng go." Zhang Linghua sighed. Under his gaze, Elder Lu trembled in fear and hurriedly threw the half-dead Elder Feng over. After Zhang Linghua took it, she checked his body and her expression changed. "What a powerful elemental power. These were meant to deal with you," Tan Dijuan said coldly. "It's a pity that Elder Feng became your scapegoat." Elder Feng let out a bitter laugh and immediately coughed out a large amount of blood. He stuttered, "No, no, 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 no." Everyone felt a wave of sadness in their hearts, especially the other elders. They all felt a sense of sympathy for the death of their kind. "Tan Dijuan, is this what you want to see?" He Yingrong stomped her feet and said angrily, "What else could an internal fight do besides depleting the strength of the Big Dipper sect? What can you get in return? It was Zhang Linghua who killed him. What does it have to do with me?" Tan Dijuan said angrily. He looked at Zhang Linghua coldly and said, "So what if you found a scapegoat? My plan hasn't changed at all. It's just that I'm using it against you instead of Elder Feng. All of you, attack. We can't let Zhang Linghua escape." The other 6 elders immediately moved, forming a formation and surrounding Zhang Linghua. Each of them had a serious expression on their faces. After all, the other party was a half-step martial emperor. He could kill them like ants. Among all of them, the only ones who could fight against them were Elder Yu and Earth Monarch Tan. The remaining few people could only be held back for a while. He Yingrong stood there in shock, not knowing what to do for a moment. She couldn't do anything to Zhang Linghua, but she also couldn't help him kill these 6 fellow sect members who had been with him all day. Elder Sima and Luo Xian Ran, who was behind him, were also standing still. Both of them were in black robes, and their expressions could not be seen. The battle on the viewing platform started as soon as it started, and the people from the other forces retreated one after another, watching from a distance. Zhang Linghua's gaze swept across the 6 of them one by one, and she sighed. You're all the sect's pillars. If you all die, the Big Dipper sect's overall strength will drop and the entire sect will be in danger. If the 6 of you have any intention of repenting and stand on my side in time, I will not pursue today's matter. The 6 people's expressions changed slightly, and they looked at each other nervously. They were afraid that someone would join them at the last minute, but they were also afraid that they would lose the opportunity if they joined too late. All of a sudden, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they did not know what to do. Tan Dijuan's face darkened. He snorted and said, "Everyone, don't you know what kind of person Zhang Linghua is? Do you all believe what he said? Look at Elder Feng, he's already killed him. Do you think you'll have a good end if you follow him?" Only then did the 6 people's eyes reveal a determined look, no longer hesitating. Today's matter was indeed irrefutable. Even if Zhang Linghua said that he would not pursue the matter, who knew what he was thinking? There was still a long time in the future, enough time to slowly take care of them. Since he had already boarded the pirate ship, there was only one path left. There was no turning back. Zhang Linghua sighed and looked at the dead Elder Feng beside her. Elder Feng volunteered to take my place. I received news before the sect competition that something big was about to happen, but I didn't expect it to be you, junior brother. After Elder Feng found out about it, he took the initiative to replace me in order to put the overall situation first. He let me observe from the side and control the situation. Elder Feng didn't die for me. He died for the sect. Nonsense. Tan Dijuan said angrily, "You're good at quibbling. If you're afraid of death, I've already killed you and nothing will happen. The Big Dipper sect will still be the Big Dipper sect. Do you think that the Big Dipper sect can't do without you? I did do something wrong back then, but I'm no longer the same person I was before," Zhang Linghua said. "If I could go back to the past, I would rather give up the position of sect master and cultivate in a carefree manner. Junior brother, do you know how heavy my burden is? The open and hidden fights between the local forces, as well as the scum of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, who are spying on us from the outside, ready to devour and destroy us at any time, have been making me feel comfortable all these years except for cultivation." In the distance, Gao Lin's expression changed slightly, and he snorted coldly. Li Fengyu, on the other hand, revealed a sympathetic expression. He seemed to be able to feel Zhang Linghua's situation very well. Being the head of a sect was not as glorious as everyone thought. The immense pressure behind it was not something ordinary people could bear. "Junior brother, I'll give you the sect leader's position now. What do you think?" Zhang Linghua sighed. Tan Dijuan's expression changed, and he sneered, "Zhang Linghua, don't use that trick. Even if you give me the sect master's position, you won't be able to escape death today. I must take revenge for my master." "No, you can't kill me." Zhang Linghua shook her head and sighed. "Haha, what a joke." Tan Dijuan laughed out loud and said, "Why can't I kill you? You don't have to die just because you don't want to. So many years have passed, and you're still this cowardly nature. It's not that I'm afraid of death, but the Big Dipper sect needs me," Zhang Linghua said indifferently. "If there's no martial emperor in charge, the Big Dipper sect will most likely be in a precarious situation." "What?" Tan Dijuan's heart was shaken, and his face changed drastically. "What did you just say? You're not afraid of a martial emperor?" Zhang Linghua nodded and said, "That's right. I've already broken through the threshold a few days ago and truly entered the Nine Heavens realm." When this news came out, everyone was shocked. All the martial artists felt a huge wave in their hearts as they felt cold all over, especially Gao Lin and the others. All of them widened their eyes and looked on in disbelief. Even Yun Xiao frowned slightly, as if he had a bad feeling. Right now, he was sitting on the dynasty bell, barely suppressing the injuries in his body. But if Tan Dijuan's side was defeated, he would be in danger as well. "Damn it! The situation is actually reversed." Yun Xiao cursed in his heart. With no other choice, he extracted a large amount of Yi-Wood Qi from the Divine Realm tablet and began to repair his body. At the same time, he circulated the Great Expansion Divine Technique in order to recover his soul power in the shortest time possible. If he did not make the necessary preparations, He would not be able to retreat once the situation collapsed. Why, you're a martial supreme? No, I don't believe it. You're lying to me. At this moment, Tan Dijuan suddenly went crazy. He roared, "You're a despicable man. You lied to me and my master decades ago, and you're still lying to me now. I'm going to kill you." He quickly condensed a cloud of misty air in his hand and rushed forward with a roar. "AI! I'm really tired of it, junior brother." Zhang Linghua sighed. He gently opened his hand, and an invisible force spread out from his palm. It instantly blocked Tan Dijuan and trapped him in the air. Heaven-Earth Law, Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens. At this moment, Zhang Linghua's aura sent chills down everyone's spine. His every move was filled with rule force. He had truly stepped into the martial emperor realm. No one had any doubts about this. The faces of Gao Lin and the others turned deathly pale, and they lost their calm and elegant demeanor. They only felt a little cold all over. If a sect had a martial supreme powerhouse as its leader, it would be considered a first-rate force on the mainland. It would no longer be a nameless gang. Any first-rate force was an existence that could not be ignored, and no one dared to provoke them easily. The 6 elders surrounding Zhang Linghua were all stunned in that instant. All of a sudden, all of their strength relaxed, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in their hearts. They all became dispirited. The Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens suppressed everything. Under the Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens, they were all ants. No matter how many of them there were, no matter how close they were to the Nine Heavens realm, as long as they had not mastered the rules and had not condensed their Emperor Qi, they were just like ants. They could not fight against a martial sovereign. Tan Dijuan was also completely dumbfounded. He was trapped in the air with a blank face. He suddenly felt like a clown. After so many years of bitter cultivation and planning, he was like a grasshopper in front of the absolute strength of the other party. He could jump around and not even block a casual step. Zhang Linghua looked at him. Her eyes were expressionless and as calm as water. She said, "I was indeed in the wrong back then. However, the hidden story is not what you know. I will slowly tell you in detail later." He looked around and saw that everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. They did not dare to make a move. When they heard the name of the Martial Supreme, they no longer had the slightest intention to fight. "Congratulations on entering Great Emperor, Sect Leader Zhang," said Lin with great difficulty. "From now on, you're the #1 person in the entire Southfire City. Congratulations, Sect Leader Zhang." Li Feng Yu also shook his head and cupped his hands. He didn't dare to call him Brother Zhang anymore. The difference of one realm was like heaven and earth. He no longer had the qualifications to call him brother. "No problem," Zhang Linghua said calmly. "Please stay here for a while. I still have some matters regarding the mind vein that I need to discuss with you." Both Gao Lin and Li Fengyu's faces were as unsightly as pig's liver. They knew that they would have to give up a lot of benefits this time, but they had to lower their heads when they were under the roof. The other party was a martial supreme, and if they didn't obey, they would probably lose all their benefits. Gao Lin was still fine. After all, he was a member of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, so the other party didn't dare to push him too hard. Meanwhile, Li Feng Yu had a bad premonition. The Sky Scorpion sect was originally a branch of the Northern Scorpion sect. If Zhang Linghua took this opportunity to unite the two sects, it would be a great disaster. However, he was sure that Zhang Linghua wouldn't dare to do such a rash thing. Otherwise, if both sides were to suffer losses, the Chamber of Commerce would be the one to benefit. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the existence of the Chamber of Commerce was such a wonderful thing. The two of them had their own thoughts, but they did not dare to disobey Zhang Linghua's words. They both replied, "Yes, Sect Master Zhang's orders. I dare not disobey." A smile appeared on Zhang Linghua's cold face. "It's good to be obedient." Instead of paying attention to Tan Dijuan and the elders, he turned his eyes to Yunxiao, who was healing his wounds in the arena. At this moment, wisps of Imu Qi were rising from Yunxiao's body, quickly healing his injuries. Zhang Linghua's pupils constricted. He found that among all the people, Only Yunxiao was someone he could not see through. Who are you? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If I'm not satisfied with your answer, then you can... He didn't finish his sentence, nor did he need to. Everyone understood that if they did not satisfy him, they would be finished. It had been many years since a martial supreme had appeared in South Fire City. Zhang Linghua's current image was like a mountain in everyone's heart, unattainable and even supreme. Every word he said was like a great order that no one dared to disobey. Yunxiao did not say a word. A large amount of Imu Qi swam in his body, and his body, which had been corroded by the demonic energy, gradually recovered. His physical strength gradually grew stronger, and under the supreme tyrant body, the demonic energy was gradually suppressed. Zhang Linghua frowned and her face darkened. The other party was ignoring him. The people around looked at Yunxiao in horror, their hearts beating like little drums. They did not know how bold this young man was to face a martial emperor in such a way. Mei Dong'er was even more anxious. She wanted to go out and intercede, but she was stopped by He Yingrong, who shook her head with a grave expression. At this moment, everyone knew that Yunxiao's background was not simple, and if it was not handled well, it was very likely that something big would happen. So, she did not dare to intervene rashly. Ping Yingyi found it even more difficult to see through this young man. He was already drenched in cold sweat, and after seeing Tan Dijuan being captured, he was so scared that he would be affected. The other party was Zhang Linghua's junior brother, and it was highly likely that they would be fine. However, it would be a different story for him and Shangguan Yuan. They might even be killed in an instant. Zhang Linghua's patience finally ran out after a few breaths, and she said, "Very good." He raised his arm and threw a punch in the air. The space on the viewing platform twisted, and everyone on it seemed to have changed shape. The ninth heaven Emperor Qi condensed slightly under the wind of his fist, then turned into a rolling fist power that fell down. Zhang Linghua didn't use her full strength, only using less than 10% of her power. This was because, according to his calculations, the other party might not even be able to withstand this 10% of his power. What he wanted was to capture him alive, and there were too many questions in his heart that needed to be answered. Even if it was only 10% of his power, it was still the power of rules and the condensation of Emperor Qi. Under the power of that fist, the martial artists' faces turned pale one by one. Some of them could not even muster the strength to escape and stood there stupidly, not daring to move. Yunxiao opened his eyes, and a blood-red crescent moon appeared in his eyes. As he had expected, he would be the first one to suffer after Tan Dijuan's failure. At this moment, the demonic dragon was gradually merging with his soul. His body began to demonize, and dragon scales appeared. His face also became demonic. That's the Tao Wu's demonic transformation? Everyone was shocked. He Yingrong was also shocked. What kind of demonic transformation is this? Why does it look so much like an ancient true dragon? Her words made everyone's hearts tremble. So it wasn't just them who had such thoughts. However, how could a demon transform into an ancient true dragon? Everyone knew that the true ancient dragon clan was a true spirit existence in the 10 Directions divine realm. If it could be achieved through demonic transformation, this continent would have been in chaos long ago. With a flash of light in his hand, Yunxiao immediately condensed a sword beam and held it in his hand. The dynasty bell under his feet instantly became smaller, turning into a mini form and spinning in his left hand. The sword light in his right hand expanded and turned into a huge sword light. He made a few strange movements in the air and slashed down on the fist wind. Everyone shook their heads in their hearts. The Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens suppressed everything. No matter how strong he was, even if he was at the peak of the martial venerable realm, he could not resist the power of the Emperor Qi. Only Zhang Linghua's pupils constricted. Although Yunxiao's strange movements were extremely ugly, he seemed to have condensed some rules after each move. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. How is this possible? Even a martial supreme could only make use of the rules slightly, let alone condense them. Zhang Linghua's heart began to shake. Yunxiao was using the sacred skill of the Temple of Holy Fire. A faint beam of power of rules gathered on the sword beam and slashed down as he said, "Dawn!" The sword light was like a long rainbow, piercing through the sky and slashing at the fist force. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, it cut the fist force like a piece of cloth, and the Emperor Qi was suddenly broken. This Kasaya everyone was shocked, including Zhang Linghua himself. His brain had short-circuited, and like many others, he began to rub his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrong. While everyone was stunned, Yun Xiao had already turned into an arrow and shot toward the foot of the mountain. Impudent! Zhang Linghua was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. Her heart was in turmoil. She couldn't let this young man escape. She had to catch him. He didn't care about his status and suddenly rushed down from the viewing platform. His right hand pointed to the sky and pointed down. A spatial barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. It was extremely thick and hard to break through. Yun Xiao's face flickered. He knew that he was in big trouble. He immediately shot out a powerful spiritual power from his eyes and forcibly twisted the layers of spatial barriers. Then, he performed teleportation, trying to teleport over. Humph, although I don't know what secret technique you have to break through the Emperor Qi, wouldn't it be a big joke if I let you escape with my own hands? Zhang Linghua's voice resounded through the sky as his figure appeared above the distorted spatial barrier. With a slap of his palm, all the spatial phenomena disappeared, and peace and comfort were restored. Meanwhile, the spatial rules in the surroundings condensed under the power of his palm, pressing Yun Xiao down. With a solemn expression, Yun Xiao released the dynasty bell in his left hand and punched above. The powerful sound waves spread out, creating layers of waves under Zhang Linghua's palm. Zhang Linghua could feel the rhythm of the sound wave coming from his palm, and his expression changed. The power of this ancient bell had exceeded his expectations, but no matter how heaven-defying his opponent was, he would not be able to break through his palm. Just as he was feeling at ease, his pupils suddenly constricted and turned into a look of horror. In his eyes, Yun Xiao's figure began to gradually turn into a light green color and spread out. It's the lightning transformation skill of the North Scorpion sect. When Yun Xiao turned into a thunderbolt, Zhang Linghua was so shocked that his face turned pale. He was even more shocked than when he saw his Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens being broken. It wasn't just Zhang Linghua. When they heard the words lightning transformation divine skill, all the senior members of the Big Dipper sect, as well as Li Fengyu and the others, were shocked and looked at each other in shock. This was a name that had been circulating in the North Scorpion sect for a long time. It symbolized the supreme cultivation technique of the most powerful period in the history of the North Scorpion sect. Turning a physical body into a formless body of thunder element, it could even trigger the world-destroying godly thunder in Shangxing Zifu, which was so powerful. Whether it was the Big Dipper sect, the Heavenly Scorpion sect, or even Ping Yingyi, they were all dumbstruck. The moment Yun Xiao turned into a thunderbolt, he turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. The speed of lightning was almost equivalent to teleportation. It could travel thousands of miles in an instant. Even Zhang Linghua, who was a martial supreme, could not catch up to it. Zhang Linghua was no longer as calm as before. A serious look appeared on his face. He turned his eyes to the viewing platform and looked at Mei Dong-er. Mei Dong-er was the only clue they had to find this person. He Yingrong's expression changed slightly, but she also knew that this was a serious matter, so she remained silent. On the entire mountain peak, everyone was still unable to recover from the shock. A martial emperor powerhouse had personally made a move, yet a 5-stars martial grandmaster had managed to escape. Furthermore, this was Zhang Linghua's Big Dipper sect, which had the home ground advantage. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was not as carefree as the others had thought. After he used the art of thunder he had learned from the little man, he was shocked to find that the second wood chi he had collected was being consumed at an amazing speed. Moreover, he was far from reaching the state of lightning that Zhang Linghua had described. He could only use the power of lightning to perform a rapid movement similar to teleportation, disappearing from the Big Dipper sect's mountain range in the blink of an eye. He was severely injured and almost exhausted. The entire Southfire City was under the surveillance of several major forces. so he had no choice but to go to the Purple Cloud Trade Union. He could only trust Xianxia now. After using the Thunder Transformation Divine Technique, Xiao felt that his speed was almost unimaginably fast, and a powerful light of thunder and lightning appeared around him to protect his body from being crushed by the excessive movement. He teleported himself to the sky above Southfire City in a few breaths, and then he fell toward the backyard of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. From afar, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck, and it was almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye. Boom! A huge hole was blasted in the backyard of the Purple Cloud Trade Union, and Xiao was lying in it, extremely weak. He struggled to climb out of it. Who is it? The courtyard was soon alarmed. Hanxian and Wu Chan appeared in the courtyard immediately, and the female servants of the Chamber of Commerce were also disturbed. Young Master Yun, how did you get hurt? Xiao. Hanxian was shocked, and she hurried forward to help Xiao. Seeing that there were no wounds on his face, she knew that he had been injured in the internal organs, but it was even more serious. Be careful. What happened? Xiao took a few deep breaths and said in a hurry, hurry up and secretly send me to Emohuan. You'll soon become the center of attention, so you must be careful. Hanxian was very smart and immediately understood the reason. She said in shock, who did you offend? At the same time, he instructed Wu Chun to start preparing. I've only offended the Big Dipper sect, Xiao said with a wry smile. But I guess all the forces in Nanhua City want to catch me now. He glanced at the maidservants around him and revealed a worried expression. Wu Chun hurriedly said, don't worry. These maidservants are all trained by the Chamber of Commerce. They definitely won't betray the Chamber of Commerce. That's for the best, Xiao said with a nod. Otherwise, if people know that I've been here, it will bring endless trouble to the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Wu Chun had already ordered a few sets of clothes to be brought over and helped Xiao change into them. You've just landed, so there's too much movement. Change into these women's clothes. Come with me to Mo Huayuan's place. It just so happens that it's the time for the monthly tribute now, so you won't arouse any suspicion. Xiao could not help but frown as he looked at the light muslin dresses and beaded hairpins. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall, Hanxian scolded. What's there to be afraid of when you're temporarily pretending to be a girl? The beautiful maidservants around him covered their mouths and laughed. Xiao smiled wryly. He was a martial sovereign of his generation, but he had to disguise himself as a woman to be hunted down. Ha ha ha! Yuan Gaohan's laughter came from the Divine Realm tablet and he said, Gu Feiyang, not only did you have to pretend to be a woman, but you also had to ask my disciple for help. TSK. I've learned something today. Xiao was not a sloppy person, so even after being ridiculed by Yuan Gaohan, his expression remained unchanged as he said, Indeed, this isn't the first time I've been chased and forced to run for my life. I've gotten used to it. Not to mention his current cultivation level as a martial ancestor, even a martial emperor in the past had been hunted down several times and had to hide for thousands of miles. It did not matter much when he thought about it. He very nimbly changed into his clothes, immediately causing Hanxian to be dumbfounded. She was just like a heroic and pressing eldest young miss, and those beautiful maidservants who looked at her all sighed at their inferiority, endlessly envious. If only you were a woman. Even if you can't be the world's #1, you'll definitely be in the top 5, Hanxian said. Xiao blushed. He had gotten used to fleeing for his life, but it was the first time he had been teased by a group of beautiful women while he was disguised as a woman, so he was not used to it. Let's hurry up and leave now. Yes, to avoid people's eyes. Wu Chun, you stay here to control the situation. I'll bring 3 beautiful maidservants and young Master Yun to find Master Mo. Yes. Leave this to me. Wu Chun hurriedly opened the back door of the Chamber of Commerce and asked Hanxian, Xiao, and the others to leave quickly. She herself quickly set up, pretending to be flustered, and sent people to find out what had happened. The moment Xiao and the others left, dozens of divine senses began to fall into the backyard one after another. All kinds of fluctuating auras completely surrounded the small courtyard, making it so that not even a drop of water could leak through. Along the way, Yunxiao told Han Xian the whole story, one by one, and the latter was dumbfounded, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Her eyes were full of suspicion as she looked at Yunxiao, feeling that he was lying to her or exaggerating. Indeed, Han Xian could not be blamed. Without seeing it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a martial arts grandmaster could escape from the hands of a martial emperor. Moreover, there were dozens of martial venerables present. "I don't care what you do," she said seriously, "but you have to keep your life and get a place for Tianyuan Trading Company in the Merchant Union. This is what you promised me, and also what you promised little sister Ling Er." Yunxiao smiled wryly. He knew that what he had said just now had made the other party misunderstand that he was a frivolous and boastful person. But he could not explain it, so he could only smile a few times in embarrassment. Then he simply pretended to be stupid and kept silent. Along the way, the four of them sensed the tense atmosphere in the city. From time to time, warriors flew over from the mountains of the Big Dipper sect, all in the direction of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. It was only then that Han Xian realized that the matter was far more serious than she had imagined. Although she did not believe Yunxiao's story, she did believe the reason. "You helped the traders of the Big Dipper sect rebel for some illusory treasures and primordial stones?" she reprimanded angrily. "You really have a good life. Indeed, at present it seems that only Master Mo can protect you, as long as he is willing." Mo Huayuan's status in South Fire City was so high that even the Big Dipper sect and the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to provoke him. They soon arrived at Mo Huayuan's courtyard. Little Xian was still half lying on the ground, napping, with a cat tail in his mouth. When she saw Han Xian and the others in the distance, she hurriedly jumped up and greeted them sweetly. "Sister Han Xian, why are you here?" Han Xian was speechless. If she didn't know this kid's true face, she would have treated him like her own little brother. Since what happened last time, she naturally didn't have a good impression of him. She said indifferently, "The monthly payment." Little Xuanzi didn't seem to care about Han Xuan's attitude at all. He smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite, Sister Han Xian. After what happened last time, I'm afraid Master won't be willing to accept your monthly offerings." Fei Xian said, "The Purple Cloud Trade Union has always respected Master Mo. This is just a small token of our appreciation. It has nothing to do with what happened last time. I hope little brother can report this." Her tone was obviously very cold to little Xian, but the other party seemed to have expected it, and was still full of enthusiasm. He hurriedly said, "There's no need to report. The others will definitely have to be informed. So please go in, Sister Han Xian." He patted his chest and said, "If Master blames me, I'll bear all the responsibility." Han Xian was speechless. How could this kid be so scheming and patient at such a young age? "Old Yuan." Yunxiao could not help but send a voice transmission to him. "Your grand-disciple is of the same lineage as you." "Bah!" Huayuan must have been deceived by this kid's appearance. Yuan Gaohan said angrily. "If I hadn't seen his face that day, I would have thought that he was a man of great potential. The world today is truly terrifying. Such a child already has such a heart and mind. He can't hide from outsiders. Truly terrifying." The few of them quickly entered the small courtyard. Han Xian had just walked past the large cauldron in the middle when she loudly requested to pay her respects. Mo Huayuan personally came out of the house to welcome her, but there was not much enthusiasm on his face. Although he expressed his respect, he did not seem to welcome her. He only said indifferently, "Guild leader Han Xian, what are you here for?" "Han Xian is here to deliver Master Mo's monthly tribute," Han Xian said. Mo Huayuan's face turned red with embarrassment and anger. "Guild leader Han Xian, are you here to humiliate me?" He had been defeated by Yunxiao, so how could he still have the face to collect the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce's monthly payment? "Master Mo, don't be so agitated. Can we talk inside?" Han Xian sighed. Mo Huayuan snorted heavily and turned to enter the house. Although he didn't invite them, it was obvious that he had agreed to let Han Xian and the others in. Han Xian and Yunxiao gave each other a look. One was filled with bitterness, while the other was ruminating. Then the four of them went in one after another. Could guild leader Hanxian be here to humiliate me? As soon as Mo Huayuan entered the room, he immediately turned around and said angrily, his face covered in a layer of green. Yunxiao walked up from behind Hanxian, grabbed the beaded flower and hairpin on his head, and said with a wry smile, Master Mo, I'm here to seek protection. Ah, Yuring Luo, it's you. Mo Huayuan was taken aback, and it was only then that he realized that there was something more to this. He swept his divine sense over Yunxiao, and his face changed as he said, You're heavily injured. He hurried over and helped Yunxiao sit down. After examining him carefully, he said in horror, How did you get so badly injured? It's already a miracle that you're still alive. Hanxuan's face changed drastically in shock. She did not expect Yunxiao to be so seriously injured, as he had been talking and laughing all the way here. She immediately felt a little admiration for his tenacity. Mo Huayuan began to frown as he fell into deep thought. He found Yunxiao's injury very tricky and was desperately looking for a cure. Yunxiao laughed. Master Mo, you don't have to worry about the treatment method. I have my own way. It's just that I'm being searched all over the city, so I'll just hide here for a while. A storm? Mo Huayuan was shocked. Who hurt you? Martial Sovereign Zhang Linghua. Yunxiao said with a wry smile. I'm Zhang Linghua. It's Zhang Linghua. Had he really advanced to the rank of a 9 Heavens Martial Sovereign? There are rumors in the outside world, and it seems to be true. What? Mo Huayuan was shocked. Since it was a martial emperor, how did you manage to escape? Let's talk about this later, Yunxiao said. First, find me a secret room, and then get me some primordial stones and all kinds of resources. Don't worry, Mo Huayuan nodded. Since you've come to my place, even a martial supreme would want to take you away unless I'm dead. He was about to call out to little Xuanzi when Yunxiao stopped him and said, The fewer people who know that I'm here, the better. In that case, don't inform little Xin. Mo Huayuan thought for a moment and agreed. He walked to a pill furnace in his room and cast a few spiritual arts into it. Immediately, a loud boom came from the ground and a hole appeared. Master Yunxiao, please. Mo Huayuan was the first to enter. The entrance was pitch black, but it wasn't as dark as he had thought. Instead, it was bright and majestic, illuminated by all kinds of pearls. After a few turns, it was very spacious. This is where I usually cultivate. Master Yunxiao can recuperate here at will. Even if I die, they won't find me. The room was filled with various resources and large amounts of primordial stones. The spirit energy that came blowing at his face made Yunxiao feel great. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Mo. Hanxian, have the 2 maidservants split up and walk out in groups, so that no one will see the 4 of them come in and the 3 of them go back. If we only let 2 people go, even if someone saw us, it would be hard to estimate. Young Master Yun is indeed meticulous, Hanxian praised. I'll be staying at Master Mo's place for a few days. I wonder if it's convenient. Of course it's convenient, Mo Huayuan replied. It's just that I'm afraid that guild leader Hanxian won't be used to this simple and crude place. Yunxiao took out a jade slip from his ring and handed it to Hanxian as he said, Inside are the improved recipes. Time is tight, so I've only improved 12 of the core products. I'll give you the rest in a few days. Hanxian was shocked and took the jade slip in disbelief. It was like a piece of gold, and she held it carefully in her hand. However, her eyes were filled with suspicion, but she couldn't question it in person. Mo Huayuan's expression changed slightly as well. Master Yunxiao, I've seen all the products of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Can I have a look at your method of improvement? Whatever, Yunxiao said with a smile. It's just some low-level items. There's nothing to hide. Hanxian was also secretly delighted. She had been wondering how to examine the results of the improvements, and it was naturally best to have Mo Huayuan, an 8th-tier alchemist, help her examine them. She hurriedly handed them over. Mo Huayuan took it and placed it on his forehead. He then sent his divine sense into it to examine it carefully. The information inside was completely scanned by his divine sense, and soon his face became unusually shocked. His eyes suddenly widened and he said in surprise, These, These recipes were really improved by you, Master Yunxiao. Han Xuan's heart tightened, not knowing what Mo Huayuan meant. After all, this was related to the future of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. He was so nervous that he did not even realize that Mo Huayuan had changed his words to honorifics. Yunxiao smiled wryly. He had not read the recipe inside, so he did not know what changes Yuan Gaohan and Gu Yuexing had made. But since it was Yuan Gaohan who had checked, it naturally wouldn't be bad. So he could only bite the bullet and admit it, nodding his head. Mo Huayuan was stunned for a moment before a look of respect appeared on his face. He sighed and said, Master Yunxiao's skills are divine. Mo Huayuan is completely convinced. Although he was shocked when Yunxiao defeated him last time, it was caused by various factors, after all. But the improved recipes in the jade slip this time made him feel endless respect. Han Xian also understood and said in joy, Master Mo, how's the recipe inside? Even I can't achieve such a feat, Mo Huayuan said with a straight face. Compared to these recipes, the products of the Sky Crane Trading Company are like clouds and mud. There is no way to compare them. Han Xian was pleasantly surprised, and she gave Yunxiao a grateful look. You don't have to be so polite, President Luan Xian, Yunxiao said. We are all family. His one of us made Han Xian feel warm, especially at such a time when the Chamber of Commerce was in a precarious situation. In this world, there were too many people who added flowers to a brocade, but there were always too few people who provided charcoal in the snow. As long as the Purple Cloud Trading Company can survive this disaster, young Master Yun will be the most distinguished guest of the Purple Cloud Trading Company in the future. Han Xian took out a storage bag embroidered with brocade clouds and handed it to Yunxiao, saying, These are the materials that young Master Yun asked for that day. They're almost ready. Yunxiao's face flashed with great joy as he said, Good! After he took it, he checked it with his divine sense. Aside from a few precious items, everything else was here. Moreover, the primeval stones and starlight stones were even more than what he had asked for at that time. It was also because Mo Huayuan did not accept the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce's conditions that Han Xian had exchanged all the resources she had prepared for Mo Huayuan for Yunxiao's needs. Yunxiao naturally understood Han Xuan's thoughts at the moment. Sometimes, true friends did not need to talk too much. He gave a soft thanks and closed his eyes to recuperate. Mo Huayuan and Han Xian left the secret chamber one after another. Han Xian thought about it for a while and decided to give the jade slip to a beautiful servant to bring back to Wuchun. Then, she would teleport it to the headquarters of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce as fast as possible and immediately produce it according to the recipe. At the same time, he cautiously instructed the beautiful maid that if she encountered any danger, she must first destroy the jade slip and not let it fall into the hands of the enemy. A solemn expression appeared on his face. The beautiful maid also knew the importance of the matter and vowed, This subordinate swears to complete the mission with my life, or else I'll be willing to suffer 1,000 cuts and not be able to reincarnate after death. Han Xian then let her go first. She was very confident in these maidservants. They were all orphans adopted by the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce from all over the country. They had been trained and educated since they were young. They were loyal to the Chamber of Commerce and would never betray it. Mo Huayuan chuckled at Han Xuan's apprehension and said, Guild leader Luan Xian, there's no need to be so nervous. Those recipes may seem as heavy as Mount Tai to outsiders, more precious than their lives. But to you, they're not even worth a glance. Han Xian was stunned. Master Mo, why do you say that? Those recipes are the hope of the entire Purple Cloud Trade Union. They are more important than my life. How can you say that they are not worth mentioning? Mo Huayuan's gaze fell upon the entrance of the secret chamber as he said respectfully, With that person here, it's worth more than all the assets of the Purple Cloud Trade Union. With his help, the Purple Cloud Trade Union can rise again at any time. Being suppressed by the Sky Crane Trade Union is like a dragon meeting a shoal. It's just a temporary problem. Han Xian was stunned and fell into deep thought. Mo Huayuan was right. These people had been fighting against each other, rising and falling, but in front of these powerful existences, they were nothing more than a smile. With a wave of their hands, they would turn into ashes. Only powerful strength was the greatest guarantee of longevity in the world. Yun Xiao was Ding Ling Er's friend, but he might not be her friend. At this moment they had mutual interests, and they needed each other. Coupled with their relationship with Ding Ling Er, they naturally walked together. However, if this man turned into a dragon in the future, would he still remember little Han Xian of the Purple Cloud Trade Union? The more Han Xian thought about it, the more shocked she became. The strength Yun Xiao had just shown was appalling, and she felt more and more that she was in the middle of a great opportunity. If she could make friends with this man and make him a true friend, then the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce would definitely have an unbreakable position in the future 100 meetings of the Merchant Union. At this moment, she was a little vexed and secretly blamed herself for not collecting enough materials for Yun Xiao's list. She paced back and forth in the room anxiously, then immediately ordered another maidservant. Go and find Wu Chan. We must get the last 7 materials that we haven't collected no matter what. Remember, no matter what. She emphasized it several times before letting the maidservant leave. She couldn't calm her heart down and could not calm down. Mo Huayuan chuckled. You don't have to be so particular, President Han Xian. Someone like Master Yun Xiao won't be held back by your supplies. The only way to make friends with such people was to treat them with sincerity. As long as you treat him with sincerity, he will definitely return the favor 100 times over. However, if guild leader Han Xian tries to play any tricks, then he'll probably have no fate with you in this lifetime. Han Xian thought about it carefully and realized that it was the same. With Yun Xiao's powerful strength in both martial arts and alchemy, many Chamber of Commerce forces were lining up to curry favor with him. Even if an existence like the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce were to give him everything, he might not necessarily want them. Indeed, the only way to make friends with this person was to treat him with sincerity. It was only after Yun Xiao entered the state of meditation that he found that his injuries were far worse than he had imagined. Elder Feng's palm had only injured his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This was not a serious injury to his physical body. On the contrary, the power of the Supreme Tyrant body also absorbed a part of the palm force at the same time, turning it into his own power to control the injury. The biggest headache was the invasion of the demonic qi. The demonic qi corroded everything, and even the vital qi in his body began to gradually corrode. If it wasn't for the bright moon divine body's purifying power, he would have been dead. Later on, he used a large amount of Yi with qi to heal his injuries. Only then was he able to slightly suppress the demonic qi. However, as he used the lightning technique to escape, the devilish qi once again broke through the suppression of the moonlight and began to corrode his body. At this moment, he was constantly extracting primordial stones from his surroundings and wantonly absorbing primordial qi into his body. He was not polite at all, relying on his crazy primordial qi to contend with the demonic qi in his body in order to suppress it. I told you that there's something wrong with the armor, the demonic dragon said. You're asking for it if you insist on trying. After being contaminated by demonic qi for a day, it was difficult to escape. Even if you can escape today, there will be a next time and the next time. Cut the crap. As long as I recover my martial supreme body, I'll be able to expel all this demonic qi from my body. The Devil Sky armor has saved my life several times, so I have no choice but to use it. Yun Xiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand and kept pulling primordial stones from the surrounding area, but his face was still extremely unsightly. It's useless, the demon dragon said. Demonic qi is an existence that's not weaker than the Emperor qi of the 9 heavens. Can also suppress all forces. You can't fight against it in your current state unless you want to kill it. Yun Xiao frowned and said, I understand what you mean. Just like the situation in the north last time, use a 9th-tier mystic artifact to suppress this force. Then we'll find a way to resolve it later. That's right. You used a single sword intent to suppress the extreme cold of the northern underworld in your body. But you're too weak right now, you can't use the sword intent that can destroy the stars. The only thing that can suppress the demonic qi in your body is that ancient bell. If you can't bear to, then you can only pray for yourself. The demonic dragon thought for a moment and added, the 3 elements of earth, fire, and wind in your body can also suppress the demonic qi. But can your supreme tyrant body and the body of the bright moon withstand it? You were too careless to let the demonic qi enter your body. It's useless to blame me, Xianxia said. I can only use that ancient bell. It's a bit of a waste of talent, and if the ancient bell suppresses the devilish qi, I really don't have any weapons I can use. The heaven's eye between his brows suddenly opened, and a golden light shot out. The shadow of the dynasty bell appeared in the heaven's eye, emitting golden sound waves, and reflecting the golden light on his forehead. Meanwhile, the shadow of a huge bell emerged from Yunxiao's body and slowly shrank back into his body. Wherever the shadow passed, his flesh would collapse and die. Using the dynasty bell to suppress the demonic qi was also a kind of damage and test to the body. However, compared to the threat of the demonic qi, this kind of physical pain was nothing. Moreover, the tyrant body was constantly absorbing the power of the ancient bell to recover itself while being injured. Xianxia felt as if his entire body had been destroyed like a scrape, and at the same time, he had suppressed the spreading fiend energy. Although he was covered in wounds, he no longer felt the corrosive pain of the fiend energy's invasion, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he formed a hand seal and absorbed all the primordial stones in the air. He began to devour them. He himself turned into a shadow and entered the Divine Realm tablet, appearing beside Yuan Gaohan. Yuan Gaohan's body became more and more illusory, and he was nervously using the heaven-dancing wheel to refine the purple-gold cauldron. Under his control, the Phoenix Divine Fire also became more proficient, burning the cauldron fiercely. However, the cauldron seemed to be unable to withstand the burning of the flame and began to deform. Gu Yuexing was also constantly helping her. Her entire person seemed to have changed a lot. At least, she no longer had that malicious aura. She seemed to have more talent. What? Xianxia was surprised. Old Yuan, do you have to work so hard? Are you trying to make me shed tears of gratitude? Yuan Gaohan glared at him and said, Bah! The first sword made from the northern heaven frigid star is about to be completed. What? So fast? Xianxia was taken aback. How can it be so fast? Based on his expectations, it would be impossible for Yuan Gaohan to control the true Phoenix Fire and refine the northern heaven frigid star iron in this short period of time, let alone refine a sword edge. Hee. Yuan Gaohan's body flickered, but he still had a smug look on his face as he said, When I was refining this heavenly dance reincarnation purple gold cauldron, I sealed some powerful hand seals inside. I know this secret. I was thinking that I would be discovered one day and that fated person would benefit. I didn't expect that I would actually benefit from it. What? Xianxia was stunned. That works too. Humph, if not for that, even if my 8th level Starlight Soul body were to turn into ashes, I wouldn't be able to refine a sword blade. If you still don't have any Starlight Stones to provide, you can just wait for death. Yuan Gaohan angrily said, obviously extremely dissatisfied with the supply of Starlight Stones. If he was annihilated, his true body far away in the sacred zone would immediately obtain all his memories. At that time, it would be strange if he did not bring a large number of experts to intercept and kill Xianxia. Xianxia was in a great mood. He laughed and said, There will be Starlight Stones. You can rest assured and work hard for me. I definitely won't mistreat you. He also used the elusive waves technique to assist Yuan Gaohan. All the rules in the Universe God realm were under his control. Once he made a move, Yuan Gaohan immediately felt the pressure on him greatly reduced. His suppressed emotions were released immediately. He cried out loudly and became even more excited as he refined. After a few days of contact, Gu Yuexing also knew Yuan Gaohan's identity and power. He was convinced to work under him and learned a lot. At this moment, he was fully immersed in it. After all, refining a 9th-tier profound armament was unheard of, and it would benefit him greatly. Under the intense refining of the 3 people, it didn't take long before the heavenly dance purple gold cauldron suddenly emitted a powerful purple light. The 3 half-naked girls who were carrying the cauldrons on their shoulders suddenly had a myriad of expressions. The auspicious light from the top of the cauldron shot straight into the sky, filling the sky with multicolored light. This is it? Yuan Gaohan stared at the light in the sky and suddenly said, Do you still remember AI? Oh? Xianxia was taken aback. How can I forget? He smiled. His eyes revealed an unprecedented solemnness, and he said, back then, that kid was already infinitely close to the peak of the art Tao, and I don't know what level he's reached now. I'm afraid no one is his match in the world today. But he still lost to you back then. Yuan Gaohan laughed. He raised his head and said in a self-deprecating manner, looking at this sky full of multicolored light, I'm reminded of AI Huey's cauldron weapon. I wonder what it is. My body has a limit, but the art of magic has no limit. I wonder if I will be able to see the peak of the art of magic in this life. Xianxia was also fascinated. Under the light, both of them closed their eyes and let the light shine on their bodies. You shouldn't have this kind of emotion when a sword is formed, Xianxia said. You should be feeling heroic. Gu Yueshing was embarrassed. You've successfully refined it. Why don't I feel any sword chi? Yuan Gaohan explained. This is the inside of the saint artifact. It's a space of its own. There's no lightning tribulation like in the heavenly martial realm. A weapon that hasn't been tempered by lightning tribulation is still an ordinary metal. As soon as this northern heaven-cold star sword leaves this place, it will immediately trigger a phenomenon in the world and descend a 9th-grade lightning tribulation. Yuan Gaohan was very satisfied with Gu Yueshing's performance during this period of time, and he began to like him. Basically, he would answer all questions and try to explain in detail. He was a great alchemist with virtue and prestige all over the world, and he had the bearing of a great grandmaster, which gradually convinced Gu Yueshing. It was a completely different feeling from when he was under the tutelage of Crazy Hero. A 9th-tier mystic artifact's thunder tribulation? Xianxia muttered to himself. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. He then took out the storage bag Hanxian gave him and handed it to Yuan Gaohan. All the materials are basically available, but I'll try to find a way to get a few more. You'll be my chief alchemist from now on. Yuan Gaohan revealed a look of disdain and snorted. Even if it's you, you're not worthy of me refining it for you. If I wasn't controlled by you and didn't have the divine flame for me to use, I wouldn't have bothered with you even if you knelt in front of me and cried. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed and said, stop fantasizing. Just do it well. The day I recover to my peak will be the day you escape. Here, you can cultivate your 9-fold starlight soul body in peace. At that time, you'll be one with your main body, and you'll be able to reach the peak of the art of divination. Perhaps even AI won't be your match. Yuan Gaohan's heart was originally wavering, but when he heard that name, his face immediately fell. Don't give me that hat. I'm very clear about my own abilities. If I want to surpass AI, at least I have no hope. His eyes fell on Xianxia, and there was a faint look of jealousy and loneliness in them. The young man in front of him was the only one who had defeated AI. Although his methods were not glorious and he was opportunistic, he was at least able to compete with AI. As for himself, he might not even have the qualifications. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but he was also filled with helplessness. Some people were born with unparalleled strength, while some people could never reach the level that others were born with no matter how hard they worked. AI was that kind of person, and Gu Feiyang or Xianxia was also one of them. Yuan Gaohan's eyes flashed with desolation as he sternly said, decades ago, you used trickery to defeat him. But as you said, no one in the human race today can rival him, not even my master. I have a feeling that the only person who can defeat him in the future will still be you. I don't want to say this, he said self-deprecatingly, but I have to admit that you will be the leader of the spiritual arts of the human race in the realm of heavenly martial arts, both in the past and now. In the future, you'll be the only one who can resist the tyrannical power of the foreign races. Gu Yueshing was confused by their conversation and could not understand many things, especially that AI. Who exactly was he? Why had they never heard of him before? But he sounded so powerful in their words. Moreover, Yuan Gaohan was a 9th-tier alchemist, so how powerful must his master be? A person that even his master couldn't defeat. How heaven-defying would he be? However, Ing Luo from their conversation, he learned that the heaven-defying man had been defeated by Xianxia. What kind of relationship was this? Gu Yuesheng felt that he was completely confused. A word came to his mind unconscious and sharp. Although he didn't understand, he felt that it was very powerful. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Yun Xiao laughed and said, Yuan Gaohan, don't give me such a high hat. There were many capable people in the realm of heavenly martial arts. A few decades ago I might have been able to show off my might, but now I can't. I'm being hunted down every 2 or 3 days and have to run for my life. It's already a great fortune to be able to protect yourself from death and live a peaceful life. Yuan Gaohan rolled his eyes and didn't hide his disdain. You're insincere and go against your heart. You don't have the strength you used to have, yet you're still so arrogant. You deserve to die. Ha ha! Yun Xiao laughed and said, I can't change my temper. When you refine all the heavenly sword picture for me, I'll kill all gods in my way, and I'll be able to go anywhere in the world. After he finished speaking, he turned into a flash of light and disappeared into the divine realm tablet. Yuan Gaohan pondered for a while and then went to open the furnace to get the sword. A stream of cold air that was like water came from the sky. It was floating in the sky-rotating purplish-gold cauldron with full spirituality. However, without the tempering of the heavenly tribulation, it lacked the sharp sword chi and could not be sharpened. When Yun Xiao returned to his body, he had unknowingly broken through the 5 stars realm and become a 6 stars martial grandmaster. Breaking through the barrier was like a hot knife through butter to him. It was just that the accumulation of elemental energy was too slow. With the improvement of his cultivation, his internal injuries had all recovered. During this time, Yun Xiao also plundered all kinds of materials in the secret chamber and ate whatever he could eat. He kept all the rare and precious treasures in his bag, and he didn't leave a single primeval stone behind. Time flew by. 7 days later, Yun Xiao finally broke through to the level of a 7 stars martial grandmaster with the help of a large number of resources. Even his mighty tyrant body was faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. So fast? Don't tell me that he's about to attain the imperishable golden body. Yun Xiao was taken aback. He hurriedly checked his body from head to toe, but found nothing unusual. However, the power in his physical body was like the beating heart of a beast. Perhaps it's still lacking something. As long as I continue to cultivate according to this technique, I'll eventually be able to achieve great success. Yun Xiao felt relieved. After a long time of squeezing his body in pain and cultivating all kinds of extreme suppression movements, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Don't be happy too early, the demonic dragon said through voice transmission. I keep feeling that something's wrong. With your current physical strength, you can at most compete with a martial emperor. Do you think it's possible for you to suddenly break through to Ao Changkong's level? Yun Xiao's eyes flickered with surprise, but he could not think about it. He clenched his fingers and felt the power in his body. If he did not use any of his origin chi, he would be able to fight against a martial emperor without being at a disadvantage. But Ao Changkong was an existence who could shatter the void with his fist and directly contend with a peak martial supreme with his physical body. The gap was not just a little bit. Could it be that there's a problem with my cultivation technique? No, I did get this manual from Ao Changkong, and it also records in detail the method to break through to the imperishable golden body. I'm only 1 step away. Yun Xiao went through the cultivation technique in detail, and when he found no problems, he felt a little relieved. At this moment, the door of the secret room was opened, and Mo Huayuan and Han Xian carefully entered through voice transmission. Yun Xiao gathered his thoughts and stopped thinking. Come in. The 2 of them entered one after another, and when they saw that the storage shelves around them were almost empty, their hearts twitched. Mo Huayuan's face turned pale, and he was on the verge of tears. This was his precious warehouse, and he had never thought that an outsider would enter. All the raw materials were randomly placed around. The familiar ingredients and smell were all gone, leaving only empty shelves and some ordinary materials of little value. Mo Huayuan's blood surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He said resentfully, Master Yun Xiao, you didn't even leave me a single primeval stone. Ha ha ha. Yun Xiao was a little embarrassed, so he smiled and said, The Great Grandmaster is supported by many chambers of commerce in Southfire City, so naturally he wouldn't care about such a small thing. As such, I didn't stand on ceremony with Grandmaster. You're not being polite with me, Ingluo. Mo Huayuan looked at the empty shelves and felt dizzy. He hated it so much. He hated that he didn't keep it and put it here to show off. Han Xin was drenched in cold sweat as she consoled Mo Wuji. Master Mo, these things are just worldly possessions. With your strength, you'll be able to gather them easily whether you're in Southfire City or when you return to the Holy Region in the future. Master, please make a list of today's losses so that the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce can compensate for them. Mo Huayuan gave her a meaningful look and shook his head. Forget it. As you said, these are just worldly possessions. Besides, I'm glad that it's been used by Master Yunxiao. Oh? Yunxiao was surprised. I'm really sorry. Mo Huayuan's heart still ached. He waved his hand and said, I'm fine. I wonder how Master Yunxiao's injuries are recovering? I've come today for a matter. I've fully recovered, Yunxiao said. What's the matter? Mo Huayuan pushed aside his heartache and composed himself. I personally went to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce to talk about what Master Yunxiao said last time, but the Chamber of Commerce kept it a secret. In consideration of Master Yunxiao's safety, I didn't say much and left directly. Oh? They even dare to disrespect Master Mo. Yunxiao was shocked. For a branch like Southfire City, making friends with an 8th-tier alchemist was undoubtedly a great help. Mo Huayuan said with some difficulty, there are also some things that I can't disclose due to my agreement with the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. I'm here for another matter. President Luan Xian is more familiar with this person, so I think it's better for you to explain it. Yes, Han Xian replied. The commotion young Master Yun caused last time was too big, and the entire city was on high alert for 7 days. Many sects joined forces to check all those who passed by. The city was only gradually unsealed now. Yes, that's what I expected, Yunxiao said. I wonder how the Big Dipper sect is doing internally, and if there's any news from Tandijuan and the others. Han Xian replied, there isn't much news in the Big Dipper sect. As for Zhang Linghua, who was confirmed to be a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens, the news has spread to every household. The Big Dipper sect's prestige had reached an unprecedented height, and it had already become the #1 force in Southfire City. Many Chamber of Commerce alliances had been suppressed in recent days, and it was also because of this that they had relaxed their search for young Master Yun. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has started to make some strange moves again. They plan to hold an auction tomorrow. Auction? It wasn't anything strange. However, there must be a purpose for holding it at this critical moment. At this time, the Martial Arts Conference and the Martial Arts Conference of the Merchant Union are about to be held, Yunxiao said thoughtfully. The headquarters will certainly not be able to send any manpower to support us. He didn't know what Gao Lin was up to. Was he trying to use the auction to improve his reputation? Isn't that a little too childish? Indeed. I wouldn't believe it if they didn't have any other purpose, Han Xian said. Now, they could only deal with it as it came. It's just that young Master Yun's teleportation formation is unstable. Han Xian is useless, she said with a guilty look. I've sent people to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and the Big Dipper sect many times, but to no avail. It's fine, Yunxiao said. It's fine. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes as he snorted. Let's see what they're up to at the auction. If they insist on not lending it to me, I don't mind uprooting the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce in Southfire City. If Zhu Qishui refuses to accept it, I'll personally visit him and make him submit. The two of them were greatly shocked when they heard this. They looked at each other in horror and criticized each other in their hearts. Who was Zhu Qishui? He was the president of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and a well-known expert of the continent. This Yunxiao was indeed a little ignorant. Not only did he say that he wanted to uproot the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce in Southfire City, but he also said that he would personally visit Zhu Qi and make him submit to him. He really did not know how the word death was written. Yunxiao could tell what they were thinking at a glance. He laughed and said, "Haha, you guys must think that I don't know how to write the word death. Both of them were slightly surprised. Xiao was by no means a reckless man. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent, meticulous, and bold. All his performances were far beyond his age. Han Xuan's thoughts were seen through, and she blushed. Young Master Yun is naturally very capable, but if the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce was so easy to get rid of, the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect wouldn't have had such a headache for so long. We should be careful. Yes, I will, Xiao said. I'll be careful. However, the two meetings were about to start and there was not much time left. Tomorrow, I'll pretend to be Han Xuan's servant and go to the auction. If there's no other meaning, I'll go to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and ask for the teleportation formation. At that time, you two don't need to accompany me. I will go alone. Han Xian was taken aback. It turned out that he was really going to force his way in. Although she had confirmed that Xiao had indeed escaped from Zhang Linghua that day after asking around, she still did not think that he could break into the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce alone. I'm also anxious about the two associations, but we can't be reckless. We have to plan for the long term. I see, Xiao said. If there's nothing else, I'll cultivate for a while. We'll go and have a look tomorrow. Han Xian and Mo Huayuan knew that there was no point in saying anything more. As they left the secret room, they could see the helplessness and worry in each other's eyes. Don't worry, Guild Leader Luan Xian, Mo Huayuan said firmly. I lost the bet that day, so I owe Master Xiao my life. I won't let Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce hurt Master Xiao even if I have to risk my life tomorrow. Han Xian looked at Mo Huayuan in shock. She didn't expect him to be so loyal. Mo Huayuan laughed bitterly. Don't think that I want to die. It's just that my master has taught me many times that there's nothing to fear about death. The sun and moon shine on one's heart. I've never dared to forget this. Young Master Yun. Han Xian was filled with respect and said firmly, tomorrow, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce will also advance and retreat with young Master Yun. We will die together. After the two left, Xiao suddenly opened his eyes in the secret chamber and chuckled. Old Yuan, your disciple has quite the character. Yuan Gaohan coldly snorted. No one will care if you go and die. If you implicate my disciple, I will be the first to fight you to the death. Xiao smiled without saying a word and continued to cultivate. Mo Huayuan's collection of resources was huge. In addition to the resources provided by the Purple Cloud Trade Union, it was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. His body was like a black hole that could not be filled, devouring Yuan Qi without restraint. On the second day, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's auction house in Nanhua City was packed with people. Mo Huayuan and Han Xian came together with a group of maidservants, as well as Xiao, who was disguised as a coachman. He had suppressed his cultivation and looked like a martial master, so it would be difficult for him to attract attention. Under Xiao's objection, he did not bring little Xuanzi out. That man was too unreliable. Mo Huayuan's entrance into the auction house immediately attracted the attention of many forces. The originally noisy interior instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at him with respect. Many sect masters, presidents, and the like did not dare to sit down anymore. Wherever Mo Huayuan and the others passed, they stood up one after another, and many of them were excited to be able to meet an 8th-tier alchemy master. Mo Huayuan was already used to such scenes, so he greeted everyone casually. He only nodded slightly in acknowledgement in front of a few local big shots. I didn't expect that the auction of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce would also startle Master Mo. What if there isn't something that Master Mo needs in this auction? Person walked over. He was gentle and elegant. It was the New Moon Sect's sect leader, Xiao Minghui. He chuckled and said, "This Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is really insensible. They didn't even offer the item that Master Mo needed but brought it here to auction. Could it be that they are so arrogant that they don't even put Master Mo in their eyes? We should really punish them for their disrespect." Xiao Minghui gave people a sense of gentleness. His actions and words were very elegant, but his words were sharp, which directly attracted hatred from the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. "I'm not too sure about the details of this auction," Mo Huayuan replied indifferently. "I'm just here to watch the fun since I'm bored." He naturally understood these little tricks and had seen them many times, so he didn't mind. Xiao Minghui said, "So Master Mo is here to watch the show. It seems that Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce doesn't know that you're here. They don't even have anyone to welcome you. If Grandmaster doesn't mind, you can deign to stay in my private room. I wonder if Grandmaster is willing." "Very well," Mo Huayuan replied. With his status, he should have his own private room. However, because of the teleportation formation, the discussion with the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce was fruitless, so they didn't notify him in advance. Moreover, he didn't want to meet the people of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. It was great that Xiao Minghui had invited him. It was a great honor to be able to invite Master Mo. Xiao Minghui was also overjoyed. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, he invited Mo Huayuan and the others to his private room. Vice Sect Leader Liang Yi and the others immediately stood up and welcomed Mo Huayuan to his seat. Han Xian followed closely behind. After sitting down, Mo Huayuan thought of Yunxiao, who was still standing behind him, and felt very uncomfortable. He turned around and said, "You guys sit down too." There were only 8 seats in the box, and Yunxiao sat down behind Han Xian. The other maidservants looked at each other and sat down as well. As a result, all the people from the New Moon sect had to stand, and they all frowned in displeasure. Liang Ye's face was also filled with anger as he glared at Yunxiao and the other maidservants, as if he was saying, "Don't be ungrateful. This is not a place for you to sit." But Yunxiao turned his head and looked up at the sky, his face turning livid with anger. Xiao Minghui, on the other hand, had a good heart. There was no unhappiness on his face. He smiled and said, "It's fine. Liang Yi, go and ask the people of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce to send a few more chairs over. Although the place is small, it'll be fine if we can all squeeze together." Mo Huayuan and the others immediately looked at him in a new light. As the head of a sect, it was indeed not an ordinary person to have such magnanimity. Xiao Minghui smiled and said, "For us martial artists, it doesn't matter if we stand more. This beauty must be the leader of the Purple Cloud Trade Union, President Luan Xian, right?" Wu Chun coldly snorted. "Sect leader Xiao, you're so well informed. I'm afraid you already knew the day President Han Xian came." Han Xian chuckled and replied, "I often hear Wu Chun talk about sect leader Xiao, and he is indeed more powerful than what I heard. Oh, I wonder what President Wu often talks about me? It must be something bad." Xiao Minghui smiled as his eyes fell on Yunxiao and said, This is? The Purple Cloud Trade Union was made up of only women. When did it have a man? Could he be a new disciple of Master Mo? Then I must congratulate Master Mo for finding another talent." "You're overthinking it, Sect Master Xiao," Han Xian said with a smile. "The Chamber of Commerce will always have some male subordinates, but they are rarely seen in public." "I see." Xiao Minghui nodded and smiled, as if he didn't care. Soon, the chairs were moved over, and the people of the New Moon sect sat down one by one. However, there was some distance between them, so it was a little crowded. The news of Mo Huayuan's arrival at the auction venue quickly spread, and many of the sects and powers that had arrived later came to pay their respects. It was clear that 8th-tier alchemists had an extraordinary influence in Southfire City. Not long after, the owner of this place, Gue Lin of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, finally came to pay a visit to Mo Huayuan with his men. He sighed that he had failed to fulfill his duty and insisted on leaving a large private room for Mo Huayuan and the others. "President Qian, you shouldn't waste your time on an idle person like me when you're so busy," Mo Huayuan said indifferently. "I'm still very comfortable being with Sect Master Xiao and the others." His tone was obviously cold, which made Xiao Minghui speculate in his heart. Mo Huayuan's relationship with the Chamber of Commerce had always been better than that of the local powers, but the situation at hand didn't seem to be what the rumors said. Xiao Minghui did not forget to take advantage of the opportunity to sow discord. He chuckled and said, "President Tong, you should get busy. I'm more than enough to take care of Master Mo. Moreover, the recent rumors say that the Purple Cloud Trade Union and the Sky Crane Trade Union are at war. At this moment, Master Mo is with President Luan Xian, while President Luan is with President Fang Tianhe all day long. If Master Mo goes with you, it would not be good for President Luan Xian and President Fang Tian to meet their enemies. Han Xuan's face darkened when she heard this, and she glared at Gao Lin coldly. Even though she knew that Xiao Minghui was trying to sow discord, she was still furious. Qiu Lin coughed awkwardly and said with a smile, "It's said that Sect Master Xiao has a spoon-like mouth and loves to turn heaven and earth upside down. He can't tell right from wrong and instigates dissension, hurting people behind their backs. Although I'm very worried that Grandmaster Mo is with you, I'll send a large number of experts to the surrounding area to ensure Grandmaster's safety. If Master Mo is injured in any way, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and your new moon sect will be irreconcilable. President Qian, please. When have we ever been friends?" Xiao Minghui said with a smile. As they were talking, another group of people came to pay their respects to Mo Huayuan. The announcement was made loudly outside. They were from the Big Dipper sect. Xiao Minghui was overjoyed. Gao Lin's presence was giving him an invisible, huge pressure. After all, the New Moon sect wasn't a weakling in the eyes of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce yet. If the experts of the Big Dipper sect came, the situation would be completely different. The Big Dipper sect was like the sun in the sky right now, and no one dared to block its edge. The person who came in shocked everyone. It was Tan Dijuan, who was captured in the Big Dipper sect that day. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he immediately understood the whole story. It seemed that Zhang Linghua had indeed let bygones be bygones. For the sake of the sect, not only did she let Tan Dijuan go, but she also entrusted him with an important task. Behind Tan Dijuan, he saw a few familiar faces: Ping Engi, Shangguan Yuan, and Mei Dong-er. However, they were all wearing pink floral dresses, which made them look even more pleasant. 2 elders and several disciples came with them, led by Tan Dijuan. "This is Apiccio," jokingly said Guilin. "I'm the new vice sect master of the Big Dipper sect," Tan Dijuan said expressionlessly. "I'm here to attend your auction. Why aren't you welcoming me?" Once this identity was revealed, everyone immediately understood the current situation. Tan Dijuan glanced around the room, and his eyes narrowed when they finally fell on Yunxiao. Yunxiao was taken aback, wondering if he had found out. Thinking that the other party was proficient in the art of transformation and simulation, and had a deep understanding of the art of disguise, it was possible that he could see through it. "Ha! Congratulations, Brother Tan." Xiao Minghui was the first to react. He quickly cupped his hands and thanked her with a sincere smile. Chu Lin's face was expressionless. Although Zhang Linghua didn't come in person, he was secretly relieved. However, he didn't want to see the two of them getting back together. What he hoped for was to kill until both sides were injured. After all, Tan Dijuan was also a 9th-rank martial venerable, which meant that he had a strong enemy. The flesh on his face twitched as he laughed dryly. "Of course we don't welcome you, but we can't do anything if you're so thick-skinned. After all, it's a chamber of commerce, so we have to open our doors to do business and not be picky with any of our customers." "Well said." Tan Dijuan waved his hand. "That's right, I just became the vice sect leader. I like your words. Come on, give me a tip. To gift?" Everyone was taken aback, not knowing what he was up to. A square tray appeared in Ping Yingyi's hand, on which 30 ordinary low-grade primordial stones were neatly placed. He presented it to Ying Lin and said loudly, "Take it. Quickly thank the vice sect leader." "You coward!" Qiu Lin's face turned red with anger. How could the other party humiliate him like this? Furthermore, it was in the Chamber of Commerce's home ground. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. He snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeves. "Ha! This is great!" Xiao Minghui laughed and stepped forward. "Sect Master Tan is indeed incisive. It's rare that you can make this old fogey, Gao Lin, so angry." Tan Dijuan stroked his goat beard and chuckled. "He's asking for death. I only scolded him a little this time. Next time, I'll just kill him with a slap." His words shocked Xiao Minghui. He seemed to have sensed something, but he could not grasp it. Zhang Linghua's sudden advancement to the rank of a martial supreme had caused the Big Dipper sect to immediately rise above all the local forces. They had already become the leader of the local forces. A chasm began to appear between them and the other forces, and they felt as if they were high and mighty. Tan Dijuan had come to visit Mo Huayuan, but at this moment, he seemed to have forgotten his original intention. Instead, he turned his eyes to Yunxiao and said playfully, "This little brother looks familiar. Have I seen him before?" Mo Huayuan and Hanchuan's expressions changed at the same time. Even Xiao Minghui could tell that something was wrong. He fixed his eyes on Yunxiao. He had only been a little confused about the manservant, but he did not expect that he would attract Tan Dijuan's attention. Moreover, Tan Dijuan always addressed himself as this sect master when he was talking to Gao Lin, but he actually addressed this man as this Tan. The atmosphere in the room was so quiet that it was a little strange, and everyone's eyes were focused on Yunxiao. Yunxiao was sure that Tan Dijuan had seen through him, so he didn't care anymore. He was going to use the teleportation array, and his identity would be exposed sooner or later. It doesn't matter whether I've seen him or not, but shouldn't I fulfill my promised conditions? Tan Dijuan chuckled. He had finally confirmed that it was Yunxiao, and he was pleasantly surprised. The Big Dipper sect was searching for him with all their might. Not only was the lightning transformation divine technique on him, but the treasure map was also on him. He immediately laughed and said, "If you don't fulfill your promise, how can you fulfill the conditions?" Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, "What a joke! I only agreed to help you, and I even heavily injured him. How could I not do it?" It seems that Mr. Tan's memory has deteriorated after becoming the vice sect leader. Ping Yingyi's expression changed drastically. "So it's you." Xiao Minghui pondered for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. His eyes revealed a look of horror. Tan Dijuan smiled embarrassedly. "Your memory hasn't changed. It's just that we couldn't find you no matter how hard we tried. Turns out that you're with the great grandmaster. No wonder." Ah! As soon as he said this, everyone immediately understood who the person in front of them was. Mei Dong, in particular, was so excited that she couldn't control herself. Is it really you? You're Li Yunxiao." She did not know his name until the Big Dipper sect began to track him down. In order to prevent Yunxiao from falling into the hands of the Big Dipper sect, she had taken the initiative to apply to participate in the search. She had been searching for him day and night, but she had found nothing. However, she had been commended by the sect for her great contribution. During this period of time, she would have nightmares every night. She dreamed that the figure had escaped with serious injuries, collapsed in some unknown corner, and disappeared. She was scared awake by her dreams every night, and then she cried. He Yingrong saw that her condition was getting worse and worse, so she asked her to come out with Tan Dijuan to attend the auction, as a way to relax. However, he did not expect that the heavens would not let down the faithful. He finally met that person here and even said his name. Yunxiao removed the disguise on his face and restored his original appearance. "Yes, my name is Li Yunxiao. You didn't die, that's really great." Mei Dong didn't know what to say for a moment. Big drops of tears rolled down her face. She was afraid that others would see them, so she hurriedly wiped them away. "Your performance that day was wonderful," Yunxiao praised. "I was in a hurry that day, so I'll add a word of praise." These words made Mei Dong's tears fall like rain. In front of everyone, she wanted to control her tears, but she couldn't do it. Her face was red from shyness, making her look even cuter. "I don't think you're allowed to hook up with the female disciples of my Big Dipper sect in the conditions I promised you," Tan Dijuan said. When Mei Dong heard the vice sect leader's words, she turned her head away shyly. However, the tears on her eyelashes flickered with happiness. "I can't help it," Yunxiao sighed. "A man like me, no matter where I hide, is like a firefly in the dark. It's even harder to not be liked than to break through to the martial supreme realm." "Ha ha ha." Tan Dijuan laughed and said, "You really have the guts to say that. Since I found you, I won't hide anymore. I need you to cooperate with us on two things. You have to cooperate with me on these two matters, whether you want to or not." "So domineering," Yunxiao said. Are we cooperating with you or the Big Dipper sect? Tan Dijuan gazed at him and said, The Big Dipper sect. These 3 words immediately represented his current position. It seemed like Tan Dijuan had been completely convinced by Zhang Linghua and was now wholeheartedly working for the Big Dipper sect. Sure. But, Yunxiao said, pay me what you owe me first, and then we'll talk about cooperation. As for whether I'm willing or not, it'll depend on the chips you offer. Even in the holy city of Misty Snow, they can't force me to do things I don't want to do, let alone the Big Dipper sect. These words were too big, making everyone's faces change greatly. Tan Dijuan's eyes flickered. He knew that Yunxiao's background was not simple, but he had no idea what it was. Now that he said such things, he didn't know if he was just bragging or if he had such great confidence. He was a little hesitant. When he first found Yunxiao, his plan was to bring him back to the Big Dipper sect no matter what, even if he had to capture him alive. Now, he had some concerns and said bluntly, We can settle our conditions. However, you must agree to the 2 conditions of my Big Dipper sect. Otherwise, I don't intend to give you what I owe you. Yunxiao could not help but curse. What a bitch! What are your conditions? Tell me now, and you'll get some benefits. The 5 billion mid-grade primordial stones that Tan Dijuan had promised him was an astronomical figure, and he needed it very much, so he had to take a step back. Tan Dijuan glanced at the other people in the room. Xiao Minghui frowned and said, If it's inconvenient, my new moon sect will step aside. Tan Dijuan waved his hand and said, It's okay. It's not a big secret. People will know about it sooner or later. He said to Yunxiao, The first is to hand over the legacy of the Thunder Transformation Divine Skill. It is the most precious treasure of my Big Dipper sect, and it can't be taught to outsiders. But, since you have learned it, it's fine. I won't pursue the matter on the account that you've found the most precious treasure for the Big Dipper sect. The second thing is to return to me the item I gave you that day. Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, Each of these 2 things is worth 20 billion mid-grade primordial stones. If you want them, give me the primordial stones. Plus what you owe me, it'll be 45 billion in total. I won't do it if I miss one. Everyone was so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. Han Xian thought to herself, even the entire Purple Cloud Trade Union can't afford 45 billion medial-grade primordial stones, unless they sell a lot of their assets. Mo Huayuan also wiped his cold sweat. He had always thought that he was rich, but now it seemed that he was still a country bumpkin meeting a rich man. Xiao Minghui, on the other hand, was much calmer. He had heard of the Thunder Transformation Divine Skill before. It was not expensive at all to be worth 20 billion mid-grade primordial stones. Even if the price was 10 times or dozens of times higher, there would still be people who would buy it. If he wasn't afraid of offending the Big Dipper sect, he would have bid higher on the spot. As for the other thing that they mentioned, they would be very curious. They wondered what other thing could be worth so many metastones other than the peerless cultivation method. Ha ha ha! You really dare to bid? Tan Dijuan sneered. You secretly learned the unique technique of my Big Dipper sect. It's already a great favor that I didn't cripple your cultivation. How dare you ask for a price? As for the item I gave you that day, you'll have to return it with both hands on the account of such a great bargain. Otherwise, the Big Dipper sect will take back your lightning transformation divine technique. His tone became even colder as he openly threatened. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became tense, and Mei Donger was shocked. All the Big Dipper sect disciples present were experts, and if a fight really broke out later, she really did not know what she should do. Should she help Yunxiao? He definitely had to help, she said to herself firmly. But how could she help him escape? This innocent little girl had already started to think too much. Humph! Yunxiao snorted and said, Tan Dijuan, I thought you were a smart man. It's tiring to talk to idiots. Even Zhang Linghua couldn't make me stay. Do you think you can? Didn't you try enough that day? Due to your stupidity, the price has risen to 50 billion. You coward! Tan Dijuan was furious, and his face turned livid as he stared at Yunxiao. But, as Yunxiao had said, even his senior brother, a martial sovereign of the ninth heaven, had failed to keep the man. Furthermore, He was already unable to capture him before he even used the lightning transformation divine art. If he used it, he probably wouldn't even be able to catch his shadow. He did not know that the thunder transformation skill required a large amount of wood chi to be consumed. The poor Xianxia had run out of wood chi that he had obtained from the eternal evergreen tree, so he could not use the thunder transformation skill at the moment. "You're so stupid," Xianxia sneered coldly. "You have to pay tuition." Tan Dijuan was so angry that his brocade robe couldn't help but flutter with the true energy in his body. A faint mist appeared around him, as if he was going to attack at any time. What annoyed him the most was that no matter how he attacked, he couldn't hurt his opponent. Haha! Today is the auction of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. If you two want to talk about business, why don't we do it another day? The auction is about to begin, so don't miss out on the good stuff. The atmosphere in front of Xiao Minghui was awkward. A fight was about to break out, so Xiao Minghui hurriedly came out to smooth things over. "All right, we'll talk about it after the auction is over for Sect Master Zhao's sake." Tan Dijuan nodded. The aura on his body gradually retracted back into his body, and his state of mind gradually calmed down. Xiao did not bother to continue bickering with him, but he was laughing in his heart. He could already see a large amount of primeval stones rolling in. Although the lightning transformation divine technique was extremely wondrous, he didn't mind teaching it to others. Moreover, this thing originally belonged to the Big Dipper sect. As for the treasure map, he still didn't know what was hidden in it. Since it had already been taken by someone before him once, or even twice, there probably wouldn't be anything good left. If it could be exchanged for a large number of primordial stones, he would be very happy to. 50 billion medial-grade primordial stones, together with the ones provided by the Purple Cloud Trade Union and the ones he had plundered from Mo Huayuan, were enough to support his cultivation and break through to the Martial Emperor realm or even higher. After a brief silence in the room, the auction finally began. The crowd looked over and saw an old man with his hands behind his back standing on the ring in front of them. He was in high spirits and looked like an immortal. This man was the president of the Sky Crane Business Council, Fang Tianhe. Under everyone's gaze, he smiled proudly and said, "I'm sure many people will be surprised by the auction today. I've been entrusted by President Gao Lin to host this auction. The auction item is very simple. There's only one thing, and that's the recording needle." "A recording needle?" The people below immediately became restless, and all kinds of discussions broke out. Everyone was whispering to each other, and everyone was guessing. Everyone in Yunxiao's box also had a strange look on their faces. Xiao Minghui smiled and said, "This is interesting. I wonder where the needle is pointing to. It actually requires a huge auction." Everyone had the same thought. The recording needle was actually a very simple tool. However, it contained spatial power, and once it pointed to a spatial coordinate, no matter where you were, the pointer would point to the established coordinate. It was usually used for marking and had no valuable use. What kind of recording needle is worth auctioning? Could it be the newly discovered Southern Fire Golden Crystal Mine? A man couldn't help but shout. Another man immediately retorted, "If it's a mineral, wouldn't the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce dig it themselves? What's the point of slapping it?" Fang Tianhe smiled and said, "This friend is right. It is a mine." "What? Auctioning off the mineral resources?" This time, everyone was shocked. Mineral resources were basically the gathering point of conflicts between various forces. They were extremely precious. Any mineral resource could only be obtained by sprinkling a large amount of martial artists' blood. Who would be so stupid as to take it out for auction? Tan Dijuan and Xiao Minghui's faces changed. The mountains around Southfire City had long been divided up by the major forces. It would be fine if the ore source that the other party was auctioning was the mining area of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. However, if it was the mining area of a local force, it would be a complete war. Everyone, please calm down. This auction is not only about the mineral resources. According to our speculations, there is also a large amount of Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence. Fang Tianhe's words suddenly caused the mood of the entire auction house to completely explode. All of a sudden, everyone stood up in shock. Southern Fire Golden Crystal Source? I didn't hear wrong? Even a Southern Fire golden crystal mine might not be able to contain such a thing. What's going on? Why didn't they excavate the mine? Is the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce that short of money? I understand now. Zhang Linghua's advancement to the rank of a Marshal Supreme has put pressure on the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. They want to leave Southfire City, so they've thrown away all the mineral resources they have. Can't be. As one of the 7 executive members of the Merchant Union, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce must have a Martial Emperor in their headquarters. Why can't they send 1 or 2 here? Send 1 or 2. Do you think Martial Emperors are cabbages planted by your family, with hundreds of them in 1 mu of land? Then what's going on? It can't be that they're auctioning off the mineral resources of other forces, right? Isn't that a sign of war? It was already a mess below. In a few big boxes, there were many people from local forces gathered. All of them looked serious and murderous. Everyone seemed to smell the strong smell of gunpowder and began to gradually calm down. The entire auction house was like a bomb, as if it would explode at any time. The person in charge of the Sky Scorpion sect was the deputy sect leader, Chu Jiming. He opened the jade silk fan in his hand and gently waved it. He pretended to be relaxed, but his expression was extremely serious. Vice sect leader, it seems that Fang Tianhe is going to auction our local mine. What should we do? An elder beside him said in a deep voice. No hurry. Let's check out the Big Dipper sect's movements first. Sun Jiming said with a grave tone. We don't need to be the first to take action. We just need to wait for the opportunity. After Zhang Linghua broke through to the Martial Supreme realm, the local forces had already subconsciously taken the Big Dipper sect as their leader. Fang Tianhe felt the solemnness of the whole place and said with a smile, everyone is thinking too much. The mineral veins around Southfire City have long been divided. No matter how much the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and my Sky Crane Chamber of Commerce dare to offend the world, they won't dare to rashly auction off other people's mineral resources. Also, everyone has misunderstood. We're only auctioning the recording needle. That or source is from an ownerless land. Land without an owner? All the ore veins in the surroundings have long been divided up, so there's no land without an owner. The unowned lands Bayan. Could it be Bayan? Ah? Could it be the dead land? This time, everyone's expression changed. In the private room, Tan Dijuan suddenly slammed his palm on the table, shattering the Nanmu wood into pieces. The wood chips rolled around, and the qi in his palm was surging. It was obvious that he was extremely shocked. Why are you so excited, Sect Master Tan? Xiao Minghui asked in surprise. That dead land was originally an uninhabited land, and its resources were dried up. It had long been investigated by the major forces, and there was nothing there. That was why it was listed separately when it was divided, and no one wanted it. I've not imagined that Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce could find mineral resources in that place. But why don't they excavate it themselves? Yun Xiao knew why Dujuan Tan was so angry. The place recorded on the treasure map was in the Deadland, and Dujuan Tan had once found the source of Southern Fire golden crystal in that place. Sure enough, Fang Tianhe said, the source of the mine is inside the Deadland. The land of death is extremely dangerous, but it's nothing to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. A man said loudly. You have enough power to mine for it, and it's a land without an owner, so you should be mining it in secret. Why do you make it so convenient for others? This is a trade secret. I can't tell you. Fang Tian, he said with a mysterious smile. We have already confirmed that there is a Southern Fire golden crystal essence in it. However, it's just a mayfly. There is a great risk in it. After discussion with many leaders of our Chamber of Commerce, we feel that it is too risky to mine it. Therefore, we have announced this matter and recorded the auction of the pointer. Anyone with the ability can get it. I see. However, even your Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce doesn't dare to mine it. If we go there, won't we just be courting death? A local martial artist said angrily, I'm afraid your goal is to use us as cannon fodder and open up a path for you. The rest of the people were awakened by his words and revealed expressions of understanding. Fang Tianhe said coldly, if it wasn't too dangerous, would we give up such a good opportunity? I've given you a chance, but it's up to you to decide if you want it or not. Wealth was obtained from danger, and the greater the risk, the greater the benefits. As for opening the way for us, isn't that a joke? Everyone knows the current situation, and everyone's opportunities are equal, so how can you say that they're cannon fodder? Do you want our Chamber of Commerce to pave the way for you and be your cannon fodder? Is that reasonable? His words immediately made the local forces speechless. It was indeed the case. Everyone had equal opportunities, and no one forced them to go or not. Humph! The man snorted coldly again. How would I know the mineral content of your source and how dangerous it is? Also, who can guarantee that I'll believe what you said? If it's just a trap to lure everyone over and you kill them, what should we do? Fang Tianhe's eyes were full of killing intent as he said angrily, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and the Sky Crane Chamber of Commerce have great reputations. When have they ever sold fake news? As for trash like you, it doesn't make much of a difference whether you go or not. Even if the danger level is low, it's still a fatal danger for trash like you. The cultivator's face was red with shame and anger, and the crowd's hearts calmed down a little. Although the Chamber of Commerce and the local forces were constantly fighting, their reputation was indeed good, and they would never lie to their customers. Fang Tianhe saw that everyone's doubts were gradually solved, and then he said, there are a total of 300 recording needles in this auction, and every 10 will be sold in a package. There was a natural illusion in the dead land, and one could not leave without a recording needle. Don't dream of having several people using the same needle. After entering the illusionary realm, everyone will be alone, and it's impossible to share the needle. His words immediately shattered the thoughts of some rogue cultivators who were planning to work together to obtain a few treasures, and many of them began to frown. 300 needles. Other than the internal members of the Chamber of Commerce, there were only 300 places for the outside world. It was estimated that all of them would be divided up by the big sections. Han Xian, who was in the private room, had a gloomy face and did not say a word. She didn't know anything about these things, which meant that the Purple Cloud Trade Union had been completely excluded from these trade unions. Both her and Wu Chen's faces were extremely ugly. Tan Dijuan looked at Yun Xiao with a profound look, his eyes full of inquiry. He was a little confused now. He didn't know if the mineral source discovered by the Chamber of Commerce was related to the treasure map passed down by the North Scorpion sect. If it was, he would be in big trouble. Yun Xiao shook his head slightly, as he was even more confused. After a moment of silence, he sent a secret voice transmission to Dajuan Tan and said, let's take a picture of the needle first. If the direction is exactly the same as the one on the map, we'll make our move early. Even if there is a Southern Fire golden crystal essence, this kind of thing requires several thousand years of nurturing in the Southern Fire golden crystal mine to produce a small amount. Even if there is a lot, we will only send a few of us to sneak in and see the situation. If we can't obtain it even with the strength of a few experts, then no matter how many of us there are, we will still be unable to obtain it. Tan Dijuan's heart moved, and he said, yes, that should be the case. He felt a little more at ease, but the look on his face grew more solemn. Yun Xiao was both intelligent and powerful, which made him more and more confused. He suddenly felt that dealing with Yun Xiao was much more troublesome and difficult than dealing with the treasure. Fang Tian he ordered people to push a huge rotating wooden shelf to the center of the auction house. Immediately, a pile of recording needles appeared in front of everyone. There were 10 of them in a pile, and all of them pointed to the south. These 300 recording needles have all been made to record permanently, so you don't have to worry about them being changed or the records disappearing. The auction will start now. There are 30 sets in total. The starting price of each set is 100 million medial-grade primordial stones, and each increment must not be less than 10 million medial-grade primordial stones. With a wave of his hand, a beautiful maidservant appeared in front of everyone, dragging a set of hands. Let the first group of auction begin, Fang Tianhe said. Motherfucker, 100 million for a stack. Why don't you all just die? When many people heard the price, they all started cursing. Not everyone was a nouveau riche like Yun Xiao, who could easily offer a price of billions or tens of billions. Most of the martial artists were still stuck at the level where they only had tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even a few million in liquid funds. Such a high price had almost directly denied the participation of those loser martial artists, and many people began to curse. Fong Tian, he coldly snorted. The Southern Fire golden crystal source is such a valuable item. You want to fight for an opportunity without spending some blood. In his dreams, this kind of thing is not something that you poor country bumpkins can covet. What he said was indeed the truth, and everyone understood that. However, it was still difficult for them to accept it emotionally, and the curses became even more intense. Fong Tianhe turned a deaf ear and stood alone in the middle proudly, his eyes full of ridicule. The recording needle that cost only 1,000 medial-grade primordial stones was sold at the sky-high price of 10 million each. This money is so easy to earn. I'm so excited that I want to open a chamber of commerce. Xiao Minghui sighed softly and said with a smile. However, there was no smile in his eyes. Instead, they were as clear as water. Tan Dijuan said, "This is only the base price. I don't know what the final price will be." The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is really good at planning. Not only did they gather people to open the way for them, but they also made a fortune without any risk. "I have an idea," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I can make them unable to sell a single needle." "Oh!" Everyone was curious. Mo Huayuan asked curiously, "What is it?" "I'll need Sect Master Tan's cooperation," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'll need your cooperation." Tan Dijuan didn't know what he was up to, so he just nodded slightly. As long as the Chamber of Commerce could suffer a loss, he would even kill them, let alone cooperate with them. Yunxiao took a light breath and spat out a mouthful of vital essence. His voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in the horse-riding hall. "The Big Dipper sect thinks your price is too high. Since it's an ownerless item of Nanhua City, it should belong to everyone." The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and the Sky Crane Chamber of Commerce actually used public property to auction it. These 300 needles will be a token of apology to everyone. As for the punishment, we will decide after the mine is opened. What? When this voice rang out, everyone was shocked. Even Tan Dijuan and the other members of the Big Dipper sect in the room were shocked and glared at him. "How dare you use the Big Dipper sect's name to stir up trouble?" An elder stepped forward and said angrily, "You're clearly trying to drag the war between us and the Chamber of Commerce down." Tan Dijuan's face darkened as well. After hearing Yunxiao's words, he could not take it back now, and he would appear weak and afraid of trouble. He could not take it back either, because he was obviously going to war with the other party. "Don't panic," Yunxiao chuckled. "The Big Dipper sect is now at the peak of its power. Let's wait and see how the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce will react." "Reaction?" the elder asked angrily. "What reaction can they have? Of course, they'll rush up and hack us to death." Yunxiao looked over with a cold gaze and said, "Be quiet. This is your vice sect leader's decision. It's not your place to make a fuss." "You coward!" The elder was furious. If not for the special environment, he would have gone up and slapped Yunxiao to death. Tan Dijuan held his breath and stopped the elder. "I'll leave it to you to handle. But if you screw it up, don't blame me for falling out with you." Yunxiao smiled faintly and said nothing. At this moment, a martial emperor had emerged in the Big Dipper sect, and he was like the sun in the sky. He was very clear about the fact that everyone under the Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens was an ant. Other people might not know this, but the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce definitely knew it. Therefore, no matter how much pressure they were under, they would never turn against each other and court death. Not everyone was as freakish as Yunxiao. They would only stand a chance if the headquarters sent a martial emperor. Yunxiao's shout silenced the entire hall for a moment. Fong Tianhe and the people of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce behind the scene all widened their eyes and were dumbfounded. This kind of public provocation had not appeared for many years after the two forces had stopped fighting. For a time, they were stunned and did not know how to deal with it. Fong Tianhe said angrily, "An atonement item? As for the punishment, haha, isn't your Big Dipper sect too arrogant? They don't even put the dozens of chambers of commerce in our Southfire city in their eyes. Yingluo has never taken you seriously, Yunxiao said with a smile. And you think you're all that? Ha 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 ha. The entire venue burst into laughter. Originally, there were many people from the local forces, and most of them were some loser-level individual martial artists. This time, they followed the jeers, and the strange cries continued. Fang Tianhe's face was livid with anger, and he stood in the middle of the stage with shame and anger. Well said. Ownerless things are shared by everyone. You outsiders actually dare to explore and exploit it without permission. What crime should you be punished for? Let's not talk about the crime for now. The Big Dipper Sex Darren has already spoken. First, hand over the recording needle, and we'll determine their crimes after everyone has gone to investigate. Not bad, not bad. The Big Dipper Sex Lord is truly wise, worthy of being the leader of our Southfire city. I agree with the Big Dipper Sex decision. Hurry up and hand over the recording needle. We'll wait for everyone's judgment. Shouts rang out one after another. At first, there were only a few scattered martial artists shouting, but later it became a large number of shouts. All of them were full of righteousness and anger. They firmly believed that the Chamber of Commerce had infringed on everyone's interests and demanded an explanation from the Chamber of Commerce. Fang Tianhe roared, "Good, good, good. Your Big Dipper sect is really good. Since you didn't hesitate to turn it over, then let's do it." Before he could finish, a stern voice interrupted him. Is this sect leader Zhang's original intention? Is this how he taught you to be human? A figure flashed in the air, and there was one more person on the central auction stage. It was Gao Lin, who also had an angry face, but there was a trace of panic in his eyes, not full of anger like Fang Tianhe. Fang Tianhe's words just now seemed to be threatening to start a war, which scared Gao Lin, who was at the back, so much that he couldn't sit still anymore. He hurriedly shouted and interrupted. Moreover, he had to come forward since Fang Tian had slapped him in the face. As Yunxiao thought, Fang Tianhe's level was too low, and he had never come into contact with a martial supreme, so he naturally did not know how terrifying a martial supreme was. However, Yinglin was different. He was an expert at the peak of the martial honor realm and was only one step away from the martial supreme realm. However, that step was like the edge of the world and was a chasm that was difficult to cross. If a war really broke out, the Chamber of Commerce would definitely be destroyed without any external help. Hence, his eyes could not help but reveal panic. If this was Zhang Linghua's deliberate provocation, then the entire situation in Southfire City would be terrible. As a result, as soon as Gao Lin appeared, he immediately asked who was behind this. If it was just the wishes of these brainless Big Dipper sect members, then there was no need to worry at all. As for the shouts and the righteous warriors who demanded an explanation, they were completely ignored by Yinglin. As long as the Big Dipper sect's attitude was clear, this motley crowd could be taken care of in minutes. Yunxiao understood Gao Lin's concern as soon as he heard his words. Does the Big Dipper sect need you to teach it how to conduct itself? Qianlin, do you also want to teach our sect leader Zhang how to behave? Gao Lin's expression changed. Although he really wanted to, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He said angrily, "Who are you? What are you trying to do by destroying the relationship between our Chamber of Commerce and the local forces?" Yunxiao chuckled. "What's my intention? It's your Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce who has destroyed the relationship between the two forces. You've exploited the shared resources in private, and now you want to ask for money for directions. You're really despicable. You can ask everyone here whether their hearts are on your Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's side or on our Big Dipper sects. The Big Dipper sect. The Big Dipper sect. The Big Dipper sect." For a time, the prestige shook the sky. The more people cheered, the more excited they became. That voice completely drowned out Gao Lin and Fang Tianhe. The two of them stood on the central auction stage, their faces extremely ugly. Fang Tianhe secretly transmitted a message. "President Qian, the situation is so bad now. The Big Dipper sect is so aggressive. We must not be weak. Otherwise, it will be more difficult to be strong in the future." Yinglin glared at him and angrily said, Do I need you to say this? But how strong? The enemy's martial emperor is here, and he can kill you and me with one palm. Zhang Linghua. Fang Tianhe was stunned for a moment and said, "Can you report the situation here to the headquarters as soon as possible and send experts to eliminate Zhang Linghua?" Gao Lin shook his head slightly and said, "At this moment, the two meetings are imminent. The experts from the headquarters have all gone to various parts of the continent to hold down the fort. They have no time to come to a small place like Southfire City. No matter what, we have to endure it for a while. As long as the position of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is stable, it will be the time to deal with these dregs. We must endure it now." Fang Tianhe's face changed slightly. Since Gao Lin had said so, then he must be a coward. He gritted his teeth and stared at the curtain of the private room with an ashen face, as if he wanted to see through it and see the person who was stirring up trouble inside. Yun Xiao stood up in the box and pressed 2 fingers between his eyebrows. The space twisted slightly, and he immediately teleported out. In the next moment, he appeared on the spinning shelf full of record pointers and picked up a set. No one had seen how this person had appeared until he took the recording needle. This caused everyone to be shocked and look over in horror. Ying Lin and Fang Tianhe were startled, and they exclaimed in unison, "It's you!" Yun Xiao had left a deep impression on everyone when he made a big scene in the Big Dipper sect and retreated with composure. In addition to the recent search in Lian City, he had become the most popular figure in Nanhua City. As soon as he appeared, not only was Gao Lin and Fang Tianhe shocked, but all the martial artists in the field were also silent. The noisy market suddenly became as quiet as a ghost city, without a trace of sound. After taking off a set of recording needles, Yun Xiao suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Since you're not willing to hand over the needle, we'll have to take it ourselves." "So it's you who's stirring up trouble," yelled Gao Lin angrily. "I'm going to kill you." His figure flickered as the power of a peak martial venerable pressed down from the sky. He suddenly appeared next to Yun Xiao and thrust his palm at him. He only wanted to kill the other party in one blow to intimidate the thieves. However, he was afraid that the power would be too great and destroy the entire auction hall, so he used 30% of his palm power and estimated that it was enough. "TSK. Even Zhang Linghua couldn't stop me, so how can you?" A beam of light shot out from between Yun Xiao's eyebrows, and a golden ball rolled out in the air, revealing its head and limbs. It was none other than the Calabash King Kong. It spread its body in the air and threw out a punch. "What is this? A puppet?" Ying Lin's pupils shrank, and he didn't have time to think anymore. He hit the Calabash little King Kong's fist whined with his palm, and a black hole appeared between the two forces. Ying Lin's face paled in shock. The wind from his opponent's attack had actually penetrated his palm, causing his arm to go numb and almost lose all feeling. The gored little King Kong didn't seem to be affected much. Instead, it took a step forward and passed through the black hole crack directly. The huge tearing force raged on his body, but it only left some faint scratches. "What the hell is this thing?" Ying Lin's shock couldn't be any greater. Even he didn't dare to resist the tearing force of the black hole with his body. The other party actually crossed over as if he had not heard anything, followed by another punch. Under the power of the fist, all the martial artists in the field felt a great pressure, and their expressions changed one after another. In his shock, Ying Lin didn't dare to use his numb right hand. Instead, he used his left hand to perform a sword technique and pointed a finger in the air with 70% of his strength. The space was directly cut open by the finger force and fell from the sky. Bang! The finger force pierced through the gored little King Kong's Vajra fist and shook the tip of his fist, making a zhizhi sound. The gored little King Kong was directly sent flying back. As for Gao Lin, he was also sad that the wind from the opponent's fist had forced him to retreat several steps, and his eyes were filled with horror. The power of his finger was 70% of the power of a martial honor at the peak. Even a 7th-tier profound armament would have been destroyed on the spot, let alone a puppet. However, the tip of his opponent's fist only left a faint scratch. Just as the Calabash little King Kong forced Gao Lin back, Fang Tianhe suddenly made his move, and his target was Yun Xiao. He followed closely behind Yunxiao, his aura expanding to the extreme as he tried to suppress the latter. Yunxiao smiled contemptuously as he stretched out his right hand and condensed a gust of strong wind above his palm, which spun slowly. Under the control of his soul power, the wind suddenly elongated, then turned into a sword in his hand and slashed out. Sword Technique Star Destruction. The sword radiance formed by the immemorial astral wind instantly sliced through the void and howled. Fang Tianhe was shocked. The overbearing elemental power on the sword light was surging with a terrifying aura, which made him feel weak and afraid to resist. The sword aura formed by the wind element regarded his territory as a thin piece of paper and easily cut it open. Fang Tianhe's heart sank. A yellow light appeared in his hand and condensed into a long spear. He roared and stabbed at the sword light with all his strength. A white light spread on the spear body with amazing power. Boom! After all, Yunxiao was too weak, and the sword beam was shattered by the spear. Yunxiao was sent spinning in the air by the great backlash. At that moment, the Calabash King Kong had also flown back. He pointed his right hand at it and put it back into his glabella. Fang Tianhe's face was not good. The sword light was scattered, but the immemorial astral wind rotated around the spear body and did not dissipate. It went down from the spear and sword, like sandpaper grinding, making a teeth-aching sound and blowing away the white light on the spear body. Fang Tianhe was shocked and hurriedly poured his yuan qi into the spear body, struggling to resist the elemental corrosion of the astral wind. At this moment, everyone in the arena sucked in a cold breath and looked at each other in shock. Those who had seen Yunxiao fight at the Big Dipper sect that day were fine, but the rest only heard that he had escaped from the hands of a martial emperor. At first, they did not believe it and thought it was just a rumor. But now, seeing that he had forced back two famous martial venerables at the same time, they were shocked and no longer had any doubts. Ha ha ha! Since young Master Yun has taken the lead to take a share, my Big Dipper sect can only take the opportunity to benefit from it. Tan Dijuan's laughter rang out as the power of his domain descended between Yunxiao and Yinglin. Although Yunxiao's strength was freakish, it was not at the level where he could compete with a martial honor. Tan Dijuan knew this very well, and he was afraid that the two men would hurt Yunxiao again. So he made his move. Besides, he was in a very good mood at the moment. Yunxiao had shown up, and if the matter got out of hand, he could push all the blame to Yunxiao. Now, it was the Big Dipper sect who was in the limelight and gathering people's hearts. The crowd only saw a cloud of mist appear on the auction stage, and then the rotating shelf was smashed by a man with a goatee. More than 20 sets of records were scattered, turning into more than 200 individual records that flew towards the crowd. Tan Dijuan, you're a coward. Gao Lin was extremely furious, but the sky was filled with light, and the needle had already scattered. All of the martial artists immediately began to fight over it, and the entire auction hall was in chaos, but there was still no way to reverse the situation. His face was livid with anger as he glared at Tan Dijuan and Yunxiao and said through gritted teeth, "Is this Zhang Linghua's idea?" Tan Dijuan laughed. "It's just a small matter. My senior brother doesn't need to do it. Thank you for pointing the needle. I'm still in a hurry to find the treasure. Young Master Yun, let's go." He flew up into the sky and turned into a huge ray of light, piercing a huge hole in the sky of the auction house, and the sun shone down. Gao Lin trembled in anger, his killing intent rising, but he was helpless. The entire auction house was in chaos. All the martial artists were fighting for the recording needle and had destroyed the entire place. Unless he killed them all now, it was obviously impossible. The Big Dipper sect's disciples in the box also followed. Mei Dong-er turned her head in the air and looked at Yunxiao as she said, "Young Master Yun, what are you doing?" "You guys go first," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'll be right behind you." He flew into the box, and the people of the New Moon sect also went to grab the recording needle, leaving only Mo Huayuan and the people from the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce. "Master Yunxiao," Mo Huayuan said worriedly, "you're really good at causing trouble. You've completely offended the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. If this matter were to be spread to the headquarters, I'm afraid that they would pursue you to the ends of the earth." Yunxiao chuckled. "I'll say the same thing again. If Zhu Qishui has an opinion, I'll go to his door and have a good talk with him some other day. Mo Huayuan was speechless. He did not know where Yunxiao's arrogance came from. I'm going to look for the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Source Mine, Yunxiao said. What do you two think? It's not convenient for me to get involved in this matter, Mo Huayuan said. Master Yunxiao, please be careful. He had the intention to go back, not wanting to be involved in this kind of boring dispute. I would like to go with you, young Master Yun, Han Xian said after some thought. Wu Chun was shocked and said, President, you can't. It's too dangerous. The Purple Cloud Trade Union is in a crisis now, and we'll have to rely on you to make the plans. It's fine, Han Xian said. With young Master Yun's recipes, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce is now invincible. During this period of time, the recipe had already been sent back to the headquarters through the 1,000-mile communication technique. They had also received confirmation that the recipe would be enough to defeat the Sky Crane Trading Company in terms of cost and quality. This trip must be very dangerous, Yunxiao said in surprise. I'm not very strong, but I can still escape. I may be weak, but I won't be a burden to you, young Master Yun, Han Xian said with a smile. Don't worry. Yunxiao nodded and said, All right, although you only look like a 6-stars martial emperor on the surface, I can sense that your true strength is definitely more than this. But be careful. Young Master Yun will be in charge of everything, Han Xian said. Yunxiao took out a recording needle and threw it to Han Xian. The two of them immediately turned into beams of light and flew out of the broken sky, heading south. At this time, rays of light would fly out from the auction house from time to time. They were all martial artists who had snatched the recording needle. They didn't want to waste time and immediately followed the needle. After all, the attraction of the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Source was too great. The number of people in the auction was getting smaller and smaller, and the competition was getting more and more intense. Many of the record needles were destroyed. Fang Tianhe looked at the wolves on the ground and said with a gloomy face, What do we do now? Ying Lin's eyes were as clear as water, and his malicious expression flickered. He said coldly, Since the Big Dipper sect is so arrogant, I'll make them fall. Although it won't shake them from the root, it'll undoubtedly be a big blow. As for the others, just let them die. Fang Tianhe said, That's right, although I lost some face today. But his original plan did not change. He would only lose a few billion primeval stones. As long as these people were attacked in one fell swoop, these primeval stones were nothing. We'll let them know very soon that this needle is actually a key to death. Haha, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. These people deserve to die. Gao Lin snorted. It's best if Zhang Linghua goes as well. Maybe we can kill him as well. Humph. A mere snake dares to fight with the giant dragon of my Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. It deserves to die. Go and prepare immediately. We can't fall behind too much. Follow these people closely. Yes. Fang Tian, he responded, his eyes flashed a haze, and then he went down. Ying Lin looked at the group of martial artists who were still fighting for the remaining needle, and the mockery in his eyes grew even more intense. The needle continued to point in the direction of the compass, and there was no change even after a long time. It wasn't until a long time after they had left Southfire City and entered the Land of Death that they began to change slightly. Han Xian looked at the unusual needle in her hand and said in surprise, This Land of Death is indeed strange. It seems that all kinds of forces are mixed and converged, affecting the normal direction of the needle. What should I do? Since the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has bid for this pointer, there must be no problem, Yunxiao said. It's a good thing. Just as you said, this is the place where all kinds of forces converge. It seems that we have to walk. The earth is filled with virtue and can organize the veins of all kinds of power. As long as we walk close to the ground, we should be able to do it. After the two of them landed, the recording needles in their hands stopped moving and pointed forward in unison. Han Xian was secretly shocked. This kind of knowledge shouldn't appear on a young man. His face is so tender. Yunxiao pointed at the ground and said, Judging from these footprints, they should belong to Tan Dijuan and the others. There are 9 of them in total. Although they are scattered, there are differences. It's enough to show the difference in cultivation. The two of them followed the pointer and moved forward. In the messy mountain forest, they turned a few directions and actually walked back and forth a few times. Xianxia was shocked. Did I enter an illusion? I remember Feng Tian, he said that there is a natural illusion here. Not necessarily, Yuanxiao said. If it's a natural illusion, there must be a huge flow of power that supports the existence of this illusion. I think it's very likely that the Chamber of Commerce has tampered with the compass. Xianxia looked at the needle in her hand in shock and said, how could the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce do such a thing? They are selling fake goods, disregarding their reputation. She couldn't believe it. After all, to the Chamber of Commerce, reputation was more important than life. Yuanxiao frowned and said, not necessarily. Maybe they just want to hide the real route, so they did something to the needle. In the end, they should still be able to go around the mine. No Chamber of Commerce can afford to be accused of auctioning a fake item. Xianxia agreed with him, but she found that the more she came into contact with Yuanxiao, the more shocked she was. She now had no doubt that Yuanxiao could help Tianyuan Trading Company win both martial arts and martial arts, but she was secretly surprised, wondering where Ding Linger had found such a freak. Yes, they're in front, Yuanxiao suddenly said after walking for a while. With a suspicious look on his face, he quickened his pace. It was because he clearly felt that Tan Dijuan and the others seemed to be in trouble, and they didn't move forward. The two of them quickly crossed a few bushes and saw Tan Dijuan and the other 9 people standing in front of a lake. The lake was as pure as a mirror, and it was sparkling under the sunlight, giving off a refreshing and calm air. Young Master Yun. As soon as Mei Donger saw Yuanxiao, she immediately came up to him with great joy. He greeted Xianxia politely. Kid, you're here, Tan Dijuan said. This was considered a greeting, and he now treated Yuanxiao as an equal, so he did not dare to be careless. Yuanxiao nodded. Then his eyes fell on the lake. With a surprised look on his face, he said, what a strange lake. The spiritual qi is so dense, but there are no living creatures. Tan Dijuan's eyes twitched, and he said in surprise, you can tell? Well, I forgot that you're a 7th-tier alchemist. Did you see anything? The light and shadow are swaying, and the lake is clear. It's a good lake, but don't you see anything unusual? Yuanxiao said lightly, as if he was interrogating everyone. The spiritual energy on the surface of the lake is overwhelming. An elder snorted. But there's no living creature in it. Do you think I need you to see? The elder was Zhendio, a 3rd-tier martial honor, the one who was angry at Yuanxiao at the auction. This time, 2 elders had come out with Earth Lord Tan. One of them was the mysterious Elder Sima. He was wrapped in a black robe, and his expression could not be seen. No. Yuanxiao shook his head and said, with your IQ, I think you'd better not talk. Vice Sect Master Tan, do you see anything strange? Don't run if you're so capable. Fight me fair and square. Zhendio nearly fainted from anger. You're challenging me? Yuanxiao said sarcastically. You're 2 realms higher than me? You still dare to say you're not a joker? If you have the ability to cross 2 major realms and challenge a godly state expert, that would be awesome. You coward. You should die. Zhendio was exasperated, but he had nothing to say. He turned around angrily and stopped talking to Yuanxiao, lest he be angered to death. Tan Dijuan knew Yuanxiao's character well, and even he could not do anything to him. Besides, Yuanxiao seemed to have noticed something at the moment, so he had to rely on a man with extraordinary wisdom like him. Other than the fact that there are no living creatures, I also feel that something is wrong, and it's very strong. I just can't tell what the problem is. Tan Dijuan gazed at the lake. He felt more and more strange, but he couldn't say it. The rest of the people had the same feeling, as if they had overlooked something important. The lake is quiet, Yuanxiao said with a smile. The mountain should have been reflected in it, but... Ah! Mei Donger was the first to call out. She said in shock, there's no reflection of the forest on the lake. Only then did everyone come to their senses. No wonder they felt that something was wrong. Tan Dijuan's expression changed. He took a few steps forward and looked at the lake. His expression became even weirder. he found that his own shadow couldn't be reflected in the water. He could only see the stones at the bottom. Young Master Yun, what's going on? Mei Donger jumped to Yun Xiao's side and began to ask for advice, her eyes full of admiration. The rest of the people also had strange expressions on their faces. They felt that this young man was somewhat inconceivable. They all looked at him one by one, waiting for his answer. I don't know, Yun Xiao said. I don't know. Tan Dijuan asked, Zhanjin, do you have any conditions? Speak. He had gotten used to Yun Xiao's character, who would not get up early and do anything without benefits. Yun Xiao sweated and said awkwardly, Am I that snobbish and greedy? I really don't know. This is the first time I've seen such a strange lake. Tan Dijuan looked suspicious, and he asked again, Really? Actually, you can state your conditions. If it's possible, I'll definitely satisfy you. I really don't know, Yun Xiao said. I really don't. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked in confusion, Don't tell me that you're not going forward just because there are no living beings? What situation did you encounter? You can try it yourself. See if you can get through it. Tan Dijuan smiled mysteriously. Without saying a word, Yun Xiao stepped on the surface of the lake. In this world, other than those terrifying places like the galaxy, there was no place he did not dare to go. Don't! Mei Donger panicked and hurriedly stopped him, as if something was wrong. Ta! But it was too late. Yun Xiao stepped on the water with one foot, causing it to splash, and a circle of waves spread out from under his feet. All the people on the lakeshore widened their eyes as they saw a beam of light rise from under Yun Xiao's feet. Then, in shock, his figure was instantly sucked into the lake by the light. Young Master Yun! Mei Donger and Han Xian both cried out in alarm as they watched helplessly as they were sucked into the lake without leaving any traces. The surface of the lake was still and clear, as if nothing had happened. Sect Master Tan, what's going on here? Han Xian asked in shock. Tan Dijuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, There should be another space, so I'll let Yun Xiao try. With that kid's ability, he should be fine. If he can't leave, I'm afraid we can't either. His high evaluation of Yun Xiao surprised and shocked everyone. Although Yun Xiao's strength, wisdom, and insight were all impressive, they still subconsciously regarded him as a martial grandmaster. At most, he was a slightly special martial grandmaster, who could not be compared with a martial emperor or a martial supreme. However, Tan Dijuan's words had raised everyone's opinion of him by several levels. Tan Dijuan glanced at the nervous Han Xian and Mei Donger and smiled. Don't worry. Since the needle of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is pointing in this direction, we will definitely pass it, but some people will die. His words made the two women's hearts sink even more, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Vice Sect Leader, didn't you enter this land of death back then? Have you ever encountered this lake? En Ingluo. Tan Dijuan knocked his head with his finger and said, It's been a long time, but I don't have any impression of it. It's impossible for such a large lake to appear out of thin air in just a few decades. It's indeed strange. Han Xian seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, On the way here, young Master Yun said that the route we took was most likely specially arranged by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. It will lead us to the final destination, but there will be many dangers along the way. Could this lake be the work of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce? Huh? Does he think so too? Tan Dijuan asked. I have the same feeling. In that case, this lake water is very likely a formation set up, but no matter how I look at it, it's so real. It doesn't seem like something someone of Gao Lin's level could have done. Then what should we do? Han Xian asked anxiously. Why don't we all join forces and perhaps we can break this formation? Tan Dijuan shook his head and said, No, let's not talk about whether it's a formation or not. We don't have such an expert among us. We can't tell. Even if we can break the array together, Yun Xiao has already gone in, and we can't guarantee that he won't be blown into pieces. Han Xuan's face flickered. She was too eager to save Yun Xiao, and she did not expect that she might hurt him. She lost her mind and stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. Xindio laughed out loud and said, Ha ha! It's best if he's blown into pieces. so that the kid won't run away so quickly. Aren't we just worried that we can't catch that kid? Han Xian flew into a rage, her eyes burning with rage. Mei Dong'er also glared at Jin Dio coldly. Even though he was an elder of the sect, she did not show any mercy. Tan Dijuan waved his hand and said, "You can't. The lightning transformation divine skill is still with this kid. This kid's life and death is not a big deal, but the lightning transformation divine technique is a big deal. We must obtain it. Well, it's a pity that I missed the opportunity. Then we can only wait for that brat to come out. I'm afraid that he's going to die in there, and even our sect's lightning transformation divine art will disappear. If that happens, even 10,000 deaths will be hard to absolve." Zhen Dio snorted coldly, gloating over Yun Xiao's misfortune. Under the suction of the light, Yun Xiao felt his body sink into a strange space, where water was surging up from all directions, as if he had sunk to the bottom of a lake. Could it really be a pool of water? It's strange. Yun Xiao sensed that the pressure of the lake water around him was very normal, and there was nothing special about it. Moreover, the flowing speed was extremely slow, like a normal lake bottom. However, the spirit qi in the water was unbelievably dense, as if it had been condensed into liquid. What is this place? Is there such a good thing that the people of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce sent me to the land of spiritual spring? Could it be that they are really Lei Feng who doesn't benefit themselves and only benefits others? Lei Feng was a legendary martial emperor who did good deeds without leaving a name. He was only heard of in myths and legends, and no one had ever seen him in reality. Yun Xiao's divine sense was very powerful, so he did not sense anything wrong. His body was immersed in the lake water, and he felt extremely comfortable. The water of spiritual energy was nourishing his entire body. Wow, it's almost like the spiritual qi has turned into liquid. I don't need to cultivate, and the spiritual water will pour into my body by itself, nourishing my meridians. I think I'll be able to advance automatically after soaking in it for a few years. Yun Xiao was overjoyed. Ignoring the logic, he began to exercise the one qi of fate incantation and crazily absorbed the spirit qi in the water. The powerful spirit qi poured into his body, as if it had found an outlet and was pouring in. At this moment, more and more people began to gather around the lake. Almost all the martial artists who had grabbed the recording needle had gathered. However, the people of the Big Dipper sect were all waiting quietly. They didn't dare to rashly step into the lake. That Li Yunxiao has been sucked into the lake, and there's no sign of him moving. It seems that he's most likely dead. Yes, although that kid's movement technique is extremely fast and he's good at escaping, he's only a martial arts grandmaster after all. Once he's trapped, he'll only die. But if he dies, it won't help us solve the problem in front of us. What should we do? Don't you see that the Big Dipper sect's Darren aren't worried? What are you worrying about? We can't go wrong by following the main group. Hearing their discussion, Mei Dong'er felt nervous. She mustered up her courage and asked, "Vice sect leader, will young Master Yun be all right?" Tan Dijuan glanced at her and said, "Don't worry. If this lake is really a trap set by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, there won't be any problem. They would definitely not set up a trap that would kill everyone, and would definitely leave a way out. If even that kid can't break this game, how many of us can make it?" Mei Dong'er's heart calmed down a little after hearing his words. Zhendio frowned. "Dong'er, you're a core disciple of my Big Dipper sect. Don't let that kid steal your soul. You must remember your identity and your position." Mei Dong'er's face turned red, and a look of embarrassment and anger flashed across her face. She said impolitely, "Elder Zhen, you're thinking too much." Zhendio snorted coldly and said, "I hope I'm just overthinking it. Otherwise, I can only discipline her disciple on behalf of Elder He." The sect leader of the Northern Scorpion sect, Chu Jiming, was also standing by the lake. He waved the feather fan in his hand and looked at the lake. "How long has that Li Yunxiao been in there?" "Almost 2 hours," Tan Dijuan said. "That long?" Sun Jiming furrowed his brows and said, "If we were to break the array, we'll probably be in trouble after enduring for almost 2 hours. Will Yunxiao be trapped inside and waiting for us to rescue him?" Tan Dijuan snorted. I can't rule out that possibility. We can only leave it to fate. It's still early. It's not a big deal to wait a little longer. Xiao Minghui's eyes flickered as he chuckled. Sect Master Tan, you're good at scheming. None of the people of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce has come so far, which means they think we can't break this formation in 2 hours. Then, there's a higher chance that Li Yunxiao is still safe and sound. At this time, in the auction house in the South Fire City, Fang Tianhe quickly gathered more than 10 experts, gathered with the Ing Forest and began to head south. As the auction was being fought over, even the ones who had taken the initiative had become passive because they were not prepared. Some people hurriedly chased after them. Have all the arrangements been broken? Fang Tianhe said worriedly. In your dreams, scoffed Gao Lin teasingly. Just by passing the first stage, even if they weren't completely annihilated, they would at least be heavily injured. Fang Tianhe said, if they are too seriously injured, then our goal will be ruined. Don't worry, I've planned everything out. It shouldn't be too far off. I'm guessing that they're still stuck at the first stage. After all, they're not fools. They can more or less guess that we're the ones behind this. So what if they've guessed it? Ying Lin smugly said, how many people can resist the temptation of the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence? Fang Tianhe replied with an N, and then said, Sect Master Yi, did you really place that thing down there? Don't you feel any heartache? Ying Lin glanced at him and said slowly, you can't catch a wolf without giving up a child. That treasure was refined by an alchemist master of my Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce for more than half a year, and he spent a lot of money to buy a drop of 100 Rivers primordial water to fuse with it. It's impossible to say that they don't feel distressed, but I think they can only get out of here at most, and it's impossible for them to destroy that treasure. You must know that it's an 8th grade profound level weapon. Wu Yan raised the mirror of the calm lake. Fang Tianhe was shocked. Wu Yan raised the mirror of the calm lake. It's indeed this treasure, just a drop of 100 Rivers primordial water. Wasn't it a little too little? Ordinary warriors might not be able to withstand it, but there are so many martial venerables on the other side, and that kid named Li Yunxiao seems to have mastered an extremely powerful elemental power. Humph. You know nothing. Even if I'm a martial honor, I'll still lose a layer of skin if I cross the mirror of Calm Lake. Ying Lin said disdainfully. As for Yunxiao's elemental power, it was even less of a threat. After all, the 100 Rivers primordial water was in existence close to the origin of the water element, and even a drop of it was hard to find. No matter how strong the boy's elemental power was, could he resist the origin elemental power? Even if the 100 Rivers primordial water is diluted 10,000 times, it's still a highly toxic substance that ordinary martial artists can't withstand. Fang Tianhe flattered. President Qian is right. You really have foresight. So what if Zhang Linghua had advanced to the martial supreme realm? As long as these people had the power of the 100 Rivers primordial water in their bodies would gradually collapse, their talents would be suppressed, and their cultivation base would slowly drop. It would be difficult for them to advance for the rest of their lives. The most important thing is that this 100 Rivers primordial water is colorless and odorless. So no matter how powerful the spiritual sense is, it can't be detected. Haha. At the end of his sentence, he even laughed out loud. In order to refine this dancing jade-like lake mirror, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce even poured all the spirit chi of an elemental stone mine into it. Said Ying Lin, pleased. It's also because I've managed it well in Southfire City that the headquarters gave it to me as the treasure of my branch. It's a pity that I couldn't refine it even after years of refining it. In addition to that, Zhang Linghua has advanced to the rank of a martial supreme, so I had no choice but to use it to ambush everyone. I hope it'll work. Fang Tianhe laughed. Don't worry. Just as the president said, 8th tier profound weapon plus 100 river water, who can easily withstand it? Thinking about it, Gao Lin felt that his worries were unnecessary. He revealed a proud smile and flew forward with the others in the direction pointed by the needle. At the moment, Yunxiao was immersed in the amazing spirit chi pouring into his body, and his cultivation base was growing. More than 2 hours later, he had absorbed hundreds of millions of mid-grade primordial stones, and the concentration of spirit qi in the water had decreased. But at that time, he finally found a problem. It's a strange feeling. There's clearly nothing wrong with the water. So why is it that as I continue to absorb spiritual energy, I feel that the circulation of vital energy is starting to slow down? Xianxia finally opened his eyes in the water and spat out a few bubbles. He suddenly found that his body had become extremely heavy, and his meridians and flesh had begun to shrink. Damn, there's something wrong with this lake. I knew it. How could those people be the legendary live screw? Fuck. Xianxia could not help but curse, and bubbles kept coming out of his mouth. Now that he knew there was a problem, he could not absorb anymore. Moreover, he also realized that it was not simple. To be able to deceive his divine sense and senses, it must be extremely extraordinary. He circulated his vital qi and isolated the surrounding lake water, forming a vacuum space and cutting off the direct connection with the lake water. At this time, he finally found the problem. The lake water that was isolated by him could even form tiny streams of water, which seeped into the vacuum space and gathered around Xianxia, who was in the middle. Xianxia's pupils constricted as he raised his hand and pointed his finger at the water. Under his power, the lake water that had seeped in gathered toward his fingertip, forming a small ball of water that slowly grew larger. He spread out his divine sense and scanned into the ball of water. After a long time, the wrinkles between his eyebrows stood even higher. Under his powerful divine sense, he actually found nothing. This was almost impossible. Old Yuan, help me see what's going on. My body feels like it's filled with lead. It's getting heavier and heavier, and it's getting harder and harder to circulate my vital qi, he said. At this time, Xianxia asked for help. He sent the ball of water under his fingertip directly into the Divine Realm tablet and sent it to Yuan Gaohan. After Yuan Gaohan had refined the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Iron Sword, he had been in seclusion to absorb starlight stones. His body had become extremely transparent after the refinement, and if he didn't replenish the starlight, he could be annihilated at any time. Yuan Gaohan was extremely curious and excitedly asked, "There's actually something that you can't analyze? I'd like to see." He was suddenly filled with the desire to challenge himself. The small ball of water quickly appeared in front of him. It was no different from ordinary water. Yuan Gaohan directly put his finger in. He was originally a starlight soul body, so he wasn't afraid of any problems. His finger immediately transformed into starlight soul power and spread it into the water ball as he analyzed the energy within. Soon, he also revealed a strange expression and frowned. "It's normal. It's just normal water. My body is getting heavier and heavier," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "This water is definitely not normal. There must be something in it." He suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself, "Could it be that there's so little of that thing that we can't sense it with our soul power?" "That's impossible," Yuan Gaohan said. "If it's diluted to such an extent and can still wear down your body, then how heaven-defying must this so-called thing be to achieve it?" After he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "Could it be that it's an existence that's similar to the water origin element? Or perhaps it's the original element itself?" The more he thought about it, the more he felt so. He said in surprise, "If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Because it's the origin of water, we can't detect it at all when it fuses with water. And with the power of the origin elements, even if it's diluted by 100,000 or 1,000,000 times, it will still have a strong effect if you inhale too much." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "I should be right. It's impossible for it to be the water origin. It should be the same as the 3 major elements I've collected, only close to the origin. I don't know what kind of abnormal water element it is, but I'm just in need of mutated water elements. I didn't expect someone to send it directly into my body. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is really a lay foam," Yuan Gaohan said. "This bit of water element power is too little for the water territory in your Divine Realm tablet. It's really a drop in the bucket. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, you would have been completely destroyed by that level of element." Xianxia nodded in agreement. Whether it was the Phoenix Divine Flame or the Primordial Astral Wind, If they were not refined by him and released by an enemy, he would definitely die if he touched even a little bit of them. He smiled bitterly and said, "Then what should I do now? The diluted elemental power seems to have penetrated into the Yuan Qi and has been absorbed into my Dantian." Yuan Gaohan rolled his eyes at him and said, "I don't know what to do either. I've never heard of such a situation." He didn't know who had set up such a trap. It was too abnormal. "You're on your own." After saying that, he closed his eyes and continued to absorb the Starlight Stone, no longer paying attention to Yunxiao. "Fuck, you're disloyal." Yunxiao scolded him, but did not disturb him any longer. Instead, he turned into his true form and returned to his body, then began to circulate his primordial qi. At this time, a lot of water had seeped into the vacuum area. Although it was scarce, it was full of spiritual energy, and it gradually gathered on its own. "Sigh, what a pity." Yunxiao sighed. "Why did I discover the problem at this point?" He asked. "It would have been better if it had been a little later. I was just a little bit away from breaking through to the 8 stars Martial Grandmaster level. Now that I know there's a problem, I won't dare to absorb it again even if I'm beaten to death." In just over 2 hours, he had absorbed enough spiritual energy to break through to the 1-star realm into his body. The level of spiritual energy in the entire lake had plummeted. Although there was only 1 drop of 100 Rivers primordial water, he had already absorbed more than half of it. Otherwise, with his bright moon body and the supreme tyrant body, which could purify strange forces, it was impossible for such serious symptoms to appear. "Actually, you can still absorb it," the demon dragon said. "You can directly break through to 8 star. You're not afraid that I'll die?" Yunxiao asked. "I wish." The demon dragon snorted. "It's the same whether you absorb it or not. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it'll work." "What way?" Yunxiao asked happily. "What way?" "Speak. Release the suppression of the ancient dynasty bell and let the demonic qi enter your body to erode the water element," the demonic dragon said after a moment of thought. Yunxiao's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "Drawing demonic qi into your body? Are you crazy? Do you really want me to die?" "Demonic qi has already entered your body," the demon dragon said. "It's just that it's been suppressed. The demonic qi could corrode all things, and its strength was no less than the emperor qi of the 9 heavens. As long as you guard your spiritual altar and don't let your demonic thoughts live forever, you'll be fine. Other than that, perhaps you can also use your mysterious spiritual energy. But is such a small ball enough to fill the gaps between your teeth?" The energy in Yunxiao's Dantian was even stronger than the emperor qi of the 9th heaven and the devil qi, but it was too little to drive out the intrusion of the water element in his body. Besides, isn't your physical body still 1 step away from the imperishable golden body? The demon dragon continued. By drawing in demonic qi into one's body, it was extremely possible to temper one's body and reach this final stage. And even if the demonic qi can't wash away the water origin element, if I can break through to the imperishable golden body, I can use the power of the golden body to force the water element out of my body, or even absorb it. Yunxiao's heart thumped when he heard that. What the demonic dragon said was true, but the consequences of the demonic energy entering one's body were very dangerous. If one did not control it well, it was very likely that one would fall into qi deviation, which would give birth to demonic thoughts and cause one to fall into the demonic state. You have no other way out. If you've thought it through, continue to absorb this spiritual energy and break through to the 8 stars Martial Grandmaster level. Then, let the demonic energy enter your body. The demonic dragon closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Yunxiao also felt that there was no better way. The power of the water element was like a slow-acting poison, and his body was slowing down more and more. After thinking it through, he retracted the Yuan Qi in his body. The vacuum space immediately disappeared, and the lake water once again submerged him. Yunxiao continued to cast an incantation gesture and cast the 1 Qi of fate, then began to absorb spirit Qi crazily and break through the bottleneck of the 8th tier Martial Grandmaster realm. As time passed by, the spiritual Qi in the lake gradually became thinner. When they were refining the mirror, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce had poured the spiritual Qi of a small mine into it. Although a lot of it had gradually dissipated, the remaining spiritual chi was still astonishing. If it had been anyone else, they would have exploded and died. One chi infusion, 8-star realm appears. With Yunxiao's cry, the bottleneck was suddenly broken, and the power that had been blocking his body was relieved. It seemed to return to normal in an instant, but it soon became heavy again. Dynasty Bell, come out. He formed a hand seal with his 5 fingers and pointed at his dantian several times. A bell sound came out from his body, and then the power of sound waves rippled in the water, directly discharging a vacuum. A miniature bronze bell the size of a fist gradually emerged from his dantian. It rose into the air and hovered above his head, emitting a melodious sound. The lake water seemed to be very afraid of the ancient bell. The calm bottom of the lake began to surge, creating waves that spread into the distance. Let's begin, the demonic dragon shouted. I'll do my best to protect your spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. If we're doomed, we'll all be doomed together. With the departure of the dynasty bell, the demonic chi that had been suppressed finally found a way to vent. It spread wildly in his body, burrowing into his meridians and flesh wherever it passed, corroding them by force. At that moment, black stripes began to appear on Yunxiao's skin, which turned out to be circles of strange symbols. With each one appearing on his body, the power of the demonic energy grew stronger, as if it was going to occupy his entire body. This Tao Wu. Yunxiao was taken aback as he looked at the black patterns on his body in horror. Demonic dragon, look at my body. Is this normal? He asked. This is not normal, the demonic dragon said in a deep voice. What? Not normal? Yunxiao cried out. Abnormal? Don't you fucking get me killed. What the hell is going on? I feel that these patterns seem to complement each other, forming a strange imprint that is derived layer by layer. However, it's pure power, so how can it form a seal by itself? The demonic dragon also felt a headache. He said awkwardly, I've never heard of such a situation before. Is there a difference between the demonic chi of a great demon and that of an ordinary demon? I thought you knew a lot, Yunxiao said angrily. Fuck. I'm going to die because of you. At this time, even if it's shit, you have to swallow it. A sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Since he had already started, he had to persevere to the end. As long as he didn't lose his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Moreover, under the expansion of this demonic chi, the feeling of the water element poison in his body was gradually disappearing. He performed the Great Expansion Divine technique with both hands, and golden tadpole-like characters appeared in his sea of consciousness. They were full of power and emitted an auspicious light that shone down, making his spiritual altar clear and peaceful. Soon, all kinds of black patterns appeared on the surface of his body. Yunxiao found that even if he tried to resist them with his chi, they would be easily broken. The black gas extended to his neck, then covered his cheeks and spread to his forehead. The immemorial heaven's eye suddenly opened, and a spiritual light flashed in its eyes. A fist of yellow light spread out, forming a circle of golden light around the heaven's eye. It shimmered and protected the spirit sea of the brows, isolating the demonic chi outside. The demon dragon looked at Yunxiao's body in shock. Except for the area between his eyebrows, Yunxiao was covered in black patterns, which made him look like a great demon. He suppressed the great shock in his heart and said, It seems to have succeeded? Kid, are you all right? He asked several times in a row, but Yunxiao did not say a word. Suddenly, Yunxiao slowly raised his hands and made a strange hand seal with an unfamiliar movement. Black fiend energy slowly gathered on his hand seals, and a black sigil appeared in the air. What kind of hand seal is this? The demonic dragon asked in shock. What are you doing? To his horror, he found that Yunxiao had performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and then ruthlessly pressed the strange seal onto his primordial heavenly eye. What are you doing? The demonic dragon asked in horror. Stop! He hurriedly broke out of his body and transformed into a demonic dragon's roar that spiraled down from the sky, then roared at the seal in Yunxiao's hand, trying to shake it apart. But it was too late. With a strange and sinister smile on his face, Yunxiao suddenly imprinted the black runic seal on his primordial heavenly eye. The black rune seal fell, and an extremely strong golden light shot out from the immemorial heaven's eye. It was like a golden flower blooming from the bud in an instant. The huge light burst out and blocked the black qi. It even dispersed it. Ah! A terrifying voice came out of Yunxiao's mouth, and the black mist around him quickly receded from his face to below his neck. The demon dragon was horrified and panicked. Looking at Yunxiao's current appearance, he was filled with unspeakable shock and regret. Are you all right? Say something. Fuck! Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes and said, I'm fine now. It was a close call just now. My spiritual sense was sealed by the demonic qi in my carelessness. Fortunately, that stupid demon actually tried to break my spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. He deserved to die. What? The demonic dragon was shocked. There's a devil's consciousness in this demonic qi. I don't know, Yunxiao said, but I feel that it seems to have intelligence. Humph, my immemorial heavens I contains the power of 2 elements, and you want to break it with this little bit of demonic qi? Dream on. Now that the power of the water element has been removed, I don't need you anymore. Go back to the ancient clock. He raised his hand and pointed. The fist-sized ancient bell above his head slowly flew down and directly disappeared into his body, constantly emitting an ancient bell rhythm. The black patterns around his body no longer expanded as wildly as before, but kept retreating. Under the demonic dragon's horrified gaze, all the demonic qi retreated and was once again suppressed by the dynasty bell. Yunxiao's face returned to normal, and his eyes flickered with a divine light. It was the fluctuation of an 8 stars martial grandmaster's primordial energy. The demon dragon made a circle in the air, then flew back into the immemorial heaven's eye and continued to cultivate in Yunxiao's soul. Yunxiao suddenly stretched out his right hand, and wisps of golden power emerged from his palm, forming golden tadpole-like characters in the air. For a moment, the lake was illuminated, and the vacuum zone expanded violently, pushing the lake water out. A strange look flashed in the demonic dragon's eyes as he said, Spiritual energy. Yunxiao said, not bad. The elemental origin was the structure of the world and the existence of all things in the universe. It was impossible to destroy it. I've already used my spiritual energy to collect the mutated water elements. Look at the middle of this ancient scripture. The demonic dragon looked over and saw a drop of water the size of a green bean condensed in the center of the golden text. It was dark blue in color and kept spinning under the golden light, its shape uncertain. What kind of water element is this? The evil dragon asked in a deep voice. If I'm not wrong, it should be the 100 Rivers primordial water. Yunxiao said. What a pity, he said with emotion. There's only so little left. It's not even enough to fill the gaps of my teeth if I use it to open the Divine Realm tablet. Yes, but even though it's a small amount, it's still hard to find. Keep it, maybe you can sell it for a good price in the future. I wonder if I can condense more from the remaining lake water. No. Yunxiao shook his head. It's meaningless. There is at most 1 drop of 100 Rivers primordial water in this lake, and I have more than half of it here. The strength of the remaining lake water was too great, and the loss outweighed the gain. In addition, I've absorbed more than half of the spiritual qi in the water, and I've also figured out a bit about the devilish qi in my body. This trip to the bottom of the lake was really not in vain. He flipped his hand and immediately put the half a drop of 100 Rivers primordial water into the Divine Realm tablet. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Outside the vacuum, the lake was extremely clear, but he could not see the sky. This place is either filled with array restrictions or profound artifacts with their own restrictions. If you want to break it, it seems that you can only break it with force. A cold gleam flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he suddenly opened the fingers of his right hand. A little bit of cold air gradually condensed in his palm, as if a weapon from the coldest place of time was about to break through the air. Old Yuan. Let me see the might of the 9th level thunder tribulation of the northern heaven cold star iron sword that you've forged. Xianxia cried out in a low voice. The streams of cold air finally converged into a beam in his hand, and the northern heaven cold star sword, which was as cold as water and came from the outer space to suppress the ancient demon, appeared in his hand. As soon as the northern heaven's cold star sword appeared, the lake water began to surge. The surroundings began to stir restlessly like waves. Through the lake, thunderclouds began to gather in the distant sky. At this moment, outside the lake, everyone had been waiting for more than 2 hours. They gradually lost their patience and began to feel a little irritated. What's going on? Are we just going to stop here? I didn't risk my life to get a recording needle just for a walk. TSK. You're awesome, go ahead. This strange lake water is just waiting for you to break it. Damn, there are so many experts here, all of them are like wood. If I had the cultivation of a martial honor, I would have split this lake with one palm. Why would I not move forward? If you know that you're not a martial honor, then obediently shut up. If you anger those experts, they'll hack you to death first. Everyone began to complain, but no one dared to step into the strange lake. Xianxia finally couldn't stand it anymore and said, "We've lost contact with young Master Yun for so long. I guess he's trapped. Let's work together to break the lake." Tan Dijuan didn't pay attention to her, but turned around and asked, "Just now, I heard the sound of a bell from the bottom of the lake. I've been wondering if I heard it wrong, or did you all hear it too? Is that true?" Xianxia was delighted, but Jindeo's words made her mood drop to the bottom again. Jindeo frowned and said, "A bell? What bell? I didn't hear it." Tan Dijuan looked at Elder Sima and asked. Sima was always hidden in a black robe, and no one knew what he was doing. On the day before the rebellion, he had tried to win this man over, but he had failed, so Tan Dijuan could not see through him. A voice came out from the black robe. "I also vaguely heard a bell." "That's right, there is indeed a bell ringing. It must be Li Yunxiao who has encountered some difficulties inside." Sun Jiming said slowly as he waved his feather fan. "I wonder if you need our help." Although the sound of the bell was intermittent and faint, it wasn't rushed, and it seemed to be at ease. A trace of shame and anger appeared on Jindeo's face. They were all martial honors, but he was the only one who didn't hear it. This was obviously the difference in cultivation level, which made his old face burn. "Well, let's wait a little longer," Tan Dijuan said. "As long as we're not in a hurry, I'm afraid someone will be." "Oh, could it be those people from the Chamber of Commerce?" Xiao Minghui chuckled. "Let's see how long they can last," Tan Dijuan said sarcastically. As soon as his voice fell, dozens of people came from a distance. They were the forces of the Chamber of Commerce led by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. They were in high spirits, and their faces were full of sneers. "Ha ha! Why are you all so lonely at the lakeside?" Gao Lin laughed from afar. "Ha ha ha!" Tan Dijuan sneered. "You must be tired of hiding and watching. Are you finally willing to come out?" Gao Lin's face turned red and he snorted. "I don't understand what sect Master Tan means. A mere lake is enough to stop the Big Dipper sect, Heavenly Scorpion sect, New Moon sect, and many of their underlings. Since the real master is here, you can remove the formation and restriction on this lake. We can go now," Tan Dijuan said. Ying Lin folded his arms and looked up at the sky. "I really don't understand what sect Master Tan is talking about." Han Xuan's face darkened as she said coldly, "Cunning and deceitful. This is the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by the whole world." Gao Lin's expression changed, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He said angrily, "Xianxia, you can eat whatever you want. If you eat the wrong thing, you'll only die. You can't say things carelessly. If you say something wrong, your entire family might die." The most important thing for a Chamber of Commerce was their reputation. To say that someone's reputation was bad was no different from smashing their signboard and destroying their foundation. Han Xuan's heart sank. "Kong Lin," she sneered. "You only know how to pick on the weak. You're a hero indeed. Qiu Lin's face was slightly red as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at President Jun Lin? Fang Tianhe shouted. You're from a chamber of commerce, but you're actually with these pieces of trash from Southfire City. You traitor. One more word and this old man will send you to the west. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The purple cloud chamber of commerce was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and it would be annexed by him sooner or later. He intended to use this opportunity to get rid of Hanxian and speed up the process of annexation. With this in mind, the aura of a martial venerable on his body rose and rolled forward, instantly locking onto Hanxian. He grinned and said, Since President Luan Xian's heart isn't with the Chamber of Commerce, then don't blame us for not showing you any mercy. Today I, Fang Tianhe, will help the Merchant Union get rid of this evil and send you to the west. Hee. For the sake of your pure and beautiful appearance, if you are willing to be my stunner and serve me well, I may spare your life. The aura from his body pressed down on Hanxian, causing her face to turn pale. She gritted her teeth, and her face was completely pale. She couldn't even speak. She circulated her essence force and spat out 2 words, shameless. Mei Dong was also very anxious. Although she did not know Hanxian, she was sure that this person was Yunqiao's friend since she had come with him. His friends were naturally her friends as well. Vice sect leader, she hurriedly shouted at Tan Dijuan. Tan Dijuan slightly raised his head and said, the weather today is pretty good. Haha, it's indeed not bad. There are no clouds in the sky, and it's clear and bright. Sun Jiming also chuckled. The 2 of them had already made their attitudes clear. Mei Dong was furious, but she was helpless. When Fang Tianhe saw their attitude, he suddenly became bolder in his heart and said heroically, President Qian and all the other presidents, you've all seen it today. President Luan Xian colluded with others to harm the interests of the Merchant Union. She is despicable. I will get rid of this traitor for the Merchant Union today. It's what we should do. Mr. President Fang is a righteous man. This is a blessing for the Chamber of Commerce. Guild leader Luan Xian is stubborn and has walked further and further down the evil path. She only has herself to blame for her death today. That's right. Everyone can be my witness. If there are any disputes in the future, justice will be in everyone's heart. The people from the Chamber of Commerce all agreed. Everyone had a cold expression on their faces, as if they were happy to watch the show. Seeing that the people of the Big Dipper sect didn't interfere and the people of the Chamber of Commerce stood on his side, Fang Tianhe no longer had any concerns. He laughed and took a step forward. The pressure on his body fell down. He laughed proudly. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who resist me will die. Hanxian, the heavens want you to die, so I'll send you to the west. He looked at Hanxian, who was gritting her teeth and struggling to resist his pressure, and felt a burst of joy in his heart. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he laughed and said, Ha! Don't be afraid, and don't worry. After your death, I will take good care of the Purple Cloud Trade Union's business and beautiful maidservants. Ha! You can die in peace. Killing intent flashed on Fang Tianhe's face. Just as he was about to make a move, the clouds in the sky suddenly sped up and the shadow of the clouds passed through everyone. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderclap exploded in the sky, and clouds surged from all directions. The clear and bright sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Electric arcs flashed between the layers of dark clouds and gathered above the lake. What's going on with this Ying Luo? Everyone was shocked and looked up. The sky had turned into a sea of lightning. The power of the lightning was getting stronger and stronger, turning from light green to dark and finally to purple. Heaven and earth changed color. The wind and clouds surged. What is going on? Fang Tianhe, who was about to make a move, was suddenly stunned on the spot. Sun Jiming was stunned. This, Sect Master Tan, didn't you just say that the weather was good? Why did the color change? Tan Dijuan rolled his eyes at him, but his eyes were full of solemnity. He stared at the thunderclouds in the sky, and he was terrified. Everyone was also extremely shocked. They quickly spread out in all directions. afraid that the lightning would suddenly fall and hit them. Tan Dijuan looked at Lin in horror and said angrily, "You old fogey, what the hell are you doing? What's with these lightning bolts?" Lin was also at a loss. He looked at the surface of the lake, which was also beginning to surge with waves. It was no longer as calm as before. Under the might of heaven and earth it seemed so weak. More and more lightning bolts gathered. When they finally reached a certain level, they transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot down from the sky and struck towards Wu Yan's mirror of calm lake. Like a lightning dragon, the dragon's head rushed to the surface of the lake, immediately creating a green light in the entire lake. Boom! The huge surface of the water was split open, as if a mirror had suddenly been shattered. The water splashed up into the sky and splashed in all directions, causing it to rain. Wu Yan was stunned. The lake mirror was merely an 8th-tier profound artifact, so how could it withstand the 9th-tier lightning tribulation? After experiencing a few bolts of lightning, it exploded with a loud bang and was completely destroyed. A green figure walked out of the lightning with a sword in his hand. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened as they stared at the familiar figure. Han Xuan's eyes grew hot, and tears flowed down her face uncontrollably, mixing together with the falling rain. It was as if the figure was stepping on lightning. With every step, an electric arc condensed under his feet, revealing his true appearance in the mirror of calm lake that Wu Yan raised. An ice-cold voice came out of his mouth. "My ears aren't good. Just now, who was the one who said that he was going to send my friend to the west? Can I trouble this expert to step forward?" Voila! The people around Fang Tianhe actually dispersed all of a sudden, leaving Fang Tianhe standing alone. Fang Tianhe couldn't help but take a step back under his momentum. Yunxiao's eyes suddenly fell on Fang Tianhe as he said amiably, "Oh? So it's President Fang. Please repeat it. I want to hear it more clearly." Fang Tianhe's whole body trembled. Under his gaze, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body became extremely unnatural. He was a 7-stars Martial Supreme, but he was actually being stared at by a Martial Grandmaster. He could not help but be shocked and retreated. "Oh, you're not going to say? Forget it. Then there's no need to say it in this lifetime." Yunxiao raised his eyelids slightly. As he blinked, lightning flashed in his eyes, filling the sky with green lightning and illuminating his figure like a god of thunder descending, dyeing the sky green. The eternal star that has not been destroyed for hundreds of millions of years, the power of eternal existence. Gather on my long sword. Yunxiao raised the northern heaven-cold star sword with one hand and looked down indifferently. The indifference to all living things was like ice that chilled everyone's heart. What kind of experience did one have to go through to have such a gaze that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life? Sword technique starlight. As the sword slashed down, the water-like light on the northern heaven-cold star sword condensed into the power of starlight. It was as if the stars had fallen from the 9 heavens to the world. The power of green lightning that had gathered on the sword was also slashed down by this sword light. As the sword cut through the sky, everyone held their breath. Time seemed to stop at this moment. There was only that sword left in the world. There was no one or anything else. The green thunderclouds condensed into the body of the sword, and the starlight fell from the northern heaven. Fang Tianhe's whole body was pale. The sword of starlight was pointed at him, and the people under the starlight could feel the power of the sword. Not only the starlight fell, but there was also the green thunder, constantly splitting the layers of space. Even if he was a martial venerable, he felt a sense of powerlessness and despair from the bottom of his heart, and the breath of death spread all over his body. "No! I'm a 7-stars Martial Supreme, an overlord of a region. How could I die in the hands of a Martial Grandmaster?" He had gone crazy. When the feeling of death surged, it was also filled with an absurd feeling. Although Yunxiao's aura was astonishing at the moment, it did not exceed the realm of a Martial Grandmaster. Absurd! 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 Fang Tian, he roared 3 times. His whole aura rose to the peak. The power of the domain shrank rapidly, forming a defense around him, as if it was solid. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it out with a dragon's roar. Although he panicked for a moment, he was still a 7-stars martial venerable. He would be a top master anywhere in the heavenly martial realm, and he was strong enough to dominate a region. The perception, keenness, reaction, and other qualities of a martial artist that had been accumulated in his life were all displayed at this moment. He had never felt so close to death before. He was unwilling and felt humiliated. Boom! The starlight of the sword technique fell and shook the tip of Fang Tianhe's spear. It was like the dazzling light of the day spreading out, sweeping everything around. The rank 9 tribulation lightning that followed the starlight like a shadow suddenly landed on the defensive domain. 1, 2, 3 countless bolts of lightning continuously struck down. It was as if a casual finger from the god of thunder could condense 10,000 bolts of lightning rain, striking people with a dizzying amount of power. The surrounding warriors were all shocked and their hearts were extremely cold. That terrifying thunder power. They could only watch as Fang Tianhe's domain defense was broken, and then the thunder directly hit him. Even though the spear had shattered the starlight, it couldn't block the power of the 9th grade lightning. After struggling for a moment, the lightning finally entered his body, causing him to scream in pain. The lightning was coming to an end, and Fang Tianhe was in a sorry state. His hair bun had long been undone, and his long hair stood on his head like long needles, making him look terrible. After the dark clouds in the sky rumbled for a while, they gradually dispersed, revealing the clear sky and returning to the bright sun. However, the huge lake on the ground had disappeared, and the ground was filled with potholes from the rain. Everyone was shocked by the heavenly might and felt thirsty. Fang Tianhe was still standing there with the long spear in his hand. However, after a moment, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The breath of his whole person was rapidly weakened, and it was obvious that he had aged by dozens of years. Clang! His long spear was thrust into the ground to support his body. He looked up at Xianxia, who was walking toward him step by step, and cried out in horror, "No! Don't come over! I admit defeat! I completely admit defeat!" He used the gun as a crutch and kept retreating. She helplessly looked around the crowd. When she saw the direction of the forest, she hurriedly limped over and shouted, "President Qian, save me. Mr. President, please save me." Lin was about to come out and say something, but he suddenly saw Yunxiao's eyes staring at him. Under those clear eyes, there was a demonic look, as if they were bleeding like the moon, which shocked him greatly. The water-like sword gleam of the northern heaven's cold star sword was reflected in his eyes under the sunlight, scaring him so much that he subconsciously took a step back, not daring to step out of the ranks. Although his action had shocked everyone present, no one laughed at him or looked down on him. This was because no one would dare to come out and fight against him except for a martial sovereign of the 9th heaven after feeling the heavenly might that he had just displayed. Save you? No one in the world can save the person I want to kill. The immemorial heavenly eye on Yunxiao's forehead opened, and a huge amount of soul power began to circulate. Immediately, he forced out an immemorial astral wind, which turned into a wind blade and slashed out. "No, no, don't. I beg you to let me go." At this moment, Fang Tianhe had no essence force. Under the power of the gang wind, he was so scared that he suddenly went limp. Even if he held a long spear, he could not support his body. Whoosh! With a light cutting sound, Fang Tianhe's head flew directly into the sky, and blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, several meters high. The red was bloody, but it was also bright red, so bright that it sent a chill down everyone's spine. The image of Yunxiao's fiend was immediately deeply rooted in everyone's mind and carved into their bones.